who is replacing Masahiro as technical advisor to Tomoyo and to Vanya, I think. So doing this double job of supporting two board members. And thank you for your generosity. It's really welcome and important. We also have, as usual, Jens Engelhardt, the IESBA friend who is attending all the meetings since he left his official responsibility as a technical advisor to Jens Paul. Welcome. And we have on virtually Lisbeth Austerman and Masahiro, former board members and technical advisors, also observing as far as I know. And now we have, then we have a long list of people who registered to observe. Of course, we never know who is observing because people can also observe on YouTube, but some have registered. And it's interesting to note that this time we have a significant number of observers from the Texas State Board of Public Accountancy. So this is new, and I always like to highlight new people interested in our work. I think that in our last meeting, it was a significant number of people from Latin America. Now we have the Texas State Board of Accountants attending with a significant number of participants. I'm not going to name everyone who registered, but you are all welcome, and we are very grateful for your interest in the IESBA's work. I'll keep it short. We have a lot of conversations and discussions to hold this week. And as you see from the agenda, the matters and the topics are very diverse. We have a very significant number of topics to address. But let me just share a few reflections before we move forward with our agenda. This is the first meeting of 2026, and it has been 3 months since we met for the last time, as usual. But I'd like to recap a little bit what has been keeping us busy over these 3 months. There is an apparent calm in the surface, but below the surface, there has been a lot of activity, very busy times for the staff, very busy times for the board advisors, very busy times for me as well, but this is my job to be busy. So personally, over the last 3 months, and just to give you a flavor of what I have been doing, I was not exactly quiet and calm. It's been extremely busy. First, with outreach, there was, as you may have seen, a very significant, important, heavy but very rich outreach initiative in Asia. That I hope you have seen all the publications that we have made about that outreach. Sticking to our commitment to transparency and sharing everything that we do. There was a newsletter published on all the activities and meetings there, and it was really impressive. And now I hope to have the opportunity to say a little bit more about it. I think that we had 24 meetings with 24 different groups of stakeholders on very different topics: FCG, CFO, NOCLAR, the strategy, and etc. Sustainability. It was really probably one of the most intense and fruitful outreach activities since I'm with this board. I've also been busy, a little bit busy with when necessary and as necessary, provide some strategic advice to the working groups and to the project teams with respect to how the projects are advancing, some decisions that need to be done, that need to be made, and also very busy with helping the team with the organization of all the roundtables for the CFO and outreach on the FCG dialogues. Trying to find the right people to speak, structuring the outreach in a very rational way to make sure that we speak with everyone with whom we need to speak, but that we do it in a very structured and professional way. Trying to reach out to stakeholders which are usually not in our circle, which were not part of our audience. So it's been an interesting time. Also, making part, or not making part, but being involved in discussions ongoing discussions around possible evolutions of the system, which are being held and which, of course, I need to be attentive to and follow, because it is about our future board, our future. And as chair of the board and co-CEO of IFE, of course, I need to be attentive and involved as much as possible. So this is for me, but for the staff and for the board advisors, this has been a very, very active 3 months. Preparing, I'm just going to mention, and I'm sorry if I missed something, I don't want to go through the long list of things, but preparing the surveys for the PIRs, and we'll hear about it today, organizing the CFO roundtables, which has been a very, very heavy amount of work. We will hear from the project team and from David Ray about what happened over the last few days. Gathering information which will be necessary for us to make a good decision, a robust decision in June with respect to Part 4B of the code, which means making, if we need or not to do something to make sure that Part 4B is applied to sustainability assurance engagements on a profession agnostic way, preparing and advancing the FCG dialogues outreach as we agreed in December. And we will remember that it was a very, very comprehensive and complete and innovative as well set of initiatives in terms of FCG dialogues. Bringing the SMART framework to life, and we'll hear about it this week as well, collecting insights about risks and trends. And this is a very important exercise because, as you will remember, last year we did it, and it was the basis for a number of decisions that we made, good decisions with respect to the strategy of this board, our priorities, work plan, and etc. So the insights from the board and the staff are really welcome and important. So also structuring the communications work in a more different and more robust way, also following up on what we decided in December, forming the users group for this board and the IESBA, refreshing the technology and work and technology working group work and work plan, and we will also hear about it. So a lot of work that has been advanced by the staff and board advisors, but I also want to highlight a few developments that clearly demonstrate the focus we are putting on innovation and transformation, refreshing our strategy, methodologies, communications, ways of working, etc. One of them, and you will have seen it on the agenda, is the proposal to revisit and review the mandate of the EIOC. You have been hearing me since the start of my mandate, of my term, say this group is important, this group is important. So now it's time to make it even more important, because with all that we are doing and our strategic vision, the mandate of this group is really crucial. So there is a suggestion to change it to Trends and Risks Committee, narrow a little bit its mandate to leave a few things out which are not being anymore fit to that group, but going deeper and broader in other topics. I'm not going to say more. We will discuss that. We now have a newsletter currently for the FCG dialogues, which will be issued monthly with interviews with some high-profile people. The first number is already out. You will have seen it with an interview with Carmina Di Noia, director of the Financial Affairs Department of OECD and in charge of the corporate governance principles. Others will follow. This all is very new and very different from what we have been doing in the past. It's, again, sticking to our commitment to reach out to our stakeholders in a more accessible, reachable, simpler way. It's coming down to earth and connecting with everyone in a way that makes everything simpler and more better understood. We are also innovating with this, the way we are advancing the work on FCG outreach with the simulations. This is a good example of how we are trying to do things differently to make sure that we embed practical experience and evidence in the decisions that we will make in June, but also the focus group to allow a closer and more practical connection with the profession and with the regulations to see what works, what doesn't work, how we should advance this. So there is an apparent calm. There has been an apparent calm on the surface over these 3 months, but there is in fact a great deal happening underneath, keeping both staff and board advisors very busy. Particularly, as you recall, that we are now operating with three fewer staff members. There has been also some staff reallocation, but you will hear about that as necessary and relevant, who is doing what. So despite some external changing or evolving dynamics, let's put it like this, it is very reassuring to see that we remain very focused. We remain very focused on our mandates, using the moment to this moment to not only to advance important work streams and plans and projects, but also to innovate and to refresh how we work, this way trying to strengthen the organization along the way. The nature of the work that we are doing varies from topic to topic, and the diversity of issues I have already mentioned we are addressing is considerable. And yet across the projects, there is a common trend and thread, which is the evolutionary approach that we are trying to take as a board to improve the way we relate with our stakeholders and how we serve the public interest. This journey is not complete, and if anything, it will never be complete, because we will always need to evolve, progress, adjust, develop, etc. In many respects, it will never be complete. Ethics and independence challenges continue to evolve every day alongside the reality, which evolves as well. And it evolves alongside the realities of the profession and the realities of the public interest. So we will therefore need to remain very attentive, very focused, proactive, and when possible and as possible, ahead of emerging issues, reinventing ourselves as a board as necessary, and embracing these new challenges that we will be facing and that we are facing with determination. Doing any work we may need to do to advance and to address the new ethics challenges that a changing reality will keep posing. So if anything, this board may have as a central idea, this idea that everything around is progressing, evolving, changing, and we need to adjust, change, and progress, and do different work and additional work as necessary to address these new challenges happening. Let me just highlight some areas which are at the same time innovative, but which require very in particular, and this is a call for this board, require very in particular your collaboration, your activity, and your support, if I may, to help me as chair sail this boat to a safe harbor. On the one hand, this exercise of risk identification, of course, we have a survey, but beyond the survey and together with the survey, this is something that we will need to be very attentive all the time. Identifying risks, identifying trends, identifying opportunities, and trying to understand how it affects our work. That's why also we are changing and reviewing the EIOC mandate to keep it more focused on this constant, continuous exercise of risk and trends identification. But this is something for all the board members, and please keep attentive and as necessary and appropriate, bring us your thoughts and your considerations in this respect. There are some areas where this is already being it's immediately relevant. One of them is the change that we are suggesting for the EIOC. It's the area of technology where a lot is happening and where we need really to understand what is changing and which are the new challenges, and be ready and proactive in addressing these challenges. And when we look at what we have on the agenda, I think it's very promising, and it already demonstrates this identification of risks and opportunities, and also private equity, where you will have seen that we have a very important proposal on the agenda and a great evolution since December, which is the result of everything that we are observing and some triggers taking us to in this direction. So first thing, risks identification, it's for all of you. Second thing, FCG, Firm Culture and Governance dialogues. We will make an important, very important decision in June, and everything that we will be doing until June will be extremely relevant. So this is probably one of the most innovative projects as a project, as it proposes a more comprehensive or a more holistic way of looking at the ethical challenges, placing a focus on the organizational context as an essential part of individual behavior and individual decision making. This is completely new. It's understandable that it creates poses some concerns or some doubts. But of course, this board has made a decision, has kept the decision, has confirmed the decision to make something in this area. And it's not because we made the decision that we are keeping it, it's because it's still or even more clear in our minds that something that we may help the system, the ecosystem by delivering some product or some output in this area. What we will be doing to make the right decision about what this framework is going to be in June very much depends, of course, on the project team, very much depends on the board advisors, very much depends on stakeholders working with us and with whom we are working intensively, but depends also on the support of this board, the critical mindset, of course. The support is not saying yes to everything, but it's really being embracing this project as something that will need to be successful, and the success will depend on your activity, on your collaboration in bringing this forward in the right direction. And finally, something that we have not been speaking too much, but the effective date of the sustainability standards will happen, not shortly, but by the end of this year. So I think that all the work that we will be doing over this year to support the adoption and implementation of the standards will be extremely important. It will, of course, very much depend on the board members in their respective jurisdictions, if possible, to make the most that they can to make this happen. It depends on the ones who are working for 2 years intensively on this project to continue bringing it closer to stakeholders and to those responsible for the adoption. But it's really an objective that we should have in mind over this next year. So the months ahead will be very busy. I can't, when I think about the June board meeting and all the deliberations that we will need to make in June, I think that we will all need some holidays or PTO after the board, but we need to work to make it happen, and to make sure that we make the best decisions by that time. It's going to be a very busy time. Much of the work we'll be discussing this week will converge in June into concrete proposals that will return to the board by that time. So even if the agenda seems a little bit lighter, it's lighter in terms of number of documents, and this is also an intentional effort that we are making to do more without less paper and less words and less documents to read. But the agenda is not necessarily lighter than the others, because this is a fundamental step towards the milestone of June, where a number of projects will reach some significant phases where we will need to make decisions. So in this agenda, you have some matters for discussion and noting which you have some matters for approval, and the approval is for the surveys, post-implementation surveys, and the terms of reference for the new EIOC. And we will be discussing, considering updates on FCG work, CFO, private equity, technology, Part 4B on sustainability, and adoption and implementation work streams, besides the smart matters and the risks and trends and etc. So let me, at this point, take the opportunity to thank everyone who worked so hard over the last 3 months on all these projects. I think that with this, I will give the floor to Ken to update you on some staff and administrative matters.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Just a few updates on the staffing front. First of all, I'm very pleased to inform the board that John Reid has been promoted to Director, effective 1st of January this year. Congratulations, John. Secondly, there's been a slight change to Ree Perez-George's title. He is now a Director, Strategy and Communications, and that better reflects Ree's role over the past year. He's been really very helpful in advising the board and the leadership of the board as well on matters concerning strategy and so forth. So that's a slight change to Ree's title. Thirdly, you will have received an email from Ree last week informing you all that we have a new head of communications, and that is George Bobish. He's at the back. Hopefully, hopefully you can see him, but by all means, say hello to George over the breaks. George joins us from the World Bank Group, where he was most recently an officer in the External Affairs Department. And previously, he was also an officer in the communications and outreach functions at the World Bank. Welcome, George. Fourthly, we are in the final stretch of finalizing the recruitment of a senior manager to join our team. And that's to replace one of the senior managers who departed our team last December. I am expecting this individual to be joining us towards the end of this month. So we're just in the process of finalizing paperwork. And lastly, not to forget, we have also a summer intern. We're in the process of working with the human capital team to finalize the hiring of a summer intern for 2 months of the summer from, I believe, around mid-May through mid-July. So that's it in terms of the updates from me on the staffing front. Secondly, just as a matter of admin, I believe Astu is going to be circulating the details of the board social activity within the next day or so. Yeah, within today. So that will be that information will be shared with you shortly. And thirdly, just in terms of the basically how we're going to be running the meeting today, the microphones are very sensitive. Just a reminder to all board members to speak closely into the microphones so that everybody can hear you. We do have observers also at the back. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ken. So very quickly, we have some notes about some institutional meetings. The planning committee have met in February to discuss updates on various work streams, coordination of a possible IESBA response to the AICPA exposure draft, which is on our agenda, and also to discuss an update on the proposed revisions to the IFAC statements of membership obligation, the famous SMO, regarding the ethics code. Shortly, the IESBA ISSB SAC Stakeholder Advisory Council will meet in Madrid in April 27-28, and so will the jurisdictional standard setters meet in Madrid with the IESBA in April or 30 of May, 30 of April, 1st of May, I guess, in Madrid as well. So a few institutional meetings are taking place in Madrid. And with respect to the September board meeting, which will take place also in Madrid, we would like just to advise you that there will be the Formula One thing happening the week before until that weekend. So the price of the hotels is a bit crazy, and the availability is very scarce. So we have blocked rooms for you starting on Sunday before the board meeting. If you want to arrive first, I think we advise you to arrive on Sunday because it's going to be very difficult to book rooms before that day. So we will need to see how it goes. So with this, I think that we are ready to move to our agenda for today, starting with the PIR survey and PIR work. We have been doing some outreach already in that respect, I must say, and Cam will have the opportunity to tell you that the experience that we had in Asia, in Singapore, in Malaysia, and in Hong Kong, and we addressed stakeholders in all these 3 places about this topic. It's very interesting, and I'm not going to say more than that, not reveal anything, but it's so interesting that we have to kick off this topic. We will have someone from Kappa, Johnny Young, the CEO of Kappa, giving us a presentation. But Johnny, thank you so much. It's very good to see you again, unfortunately on the screen, but it was good to see you a few weeks before in person. And thank you for availability to address this board. With this, I'm going to give the floor to Cam to introduce you properly and to introduce the topic properly. Cam, please.
Thank you, Gabriela. And as Gabriela mentioned, today's focus will be on the PIR surveys. But just a short introduction first. Jean here has joined the project team. So we've been working together to sort of finalize the surveys. Sadia, who was our board advisor last year on this survey, she's on the screen right now. And we have 2 new board advisors. That's Rania, also on the screen here, and Sungnam, across from me. So thank you very much. And Hector, he's rotated off, but he's provided valuable input in Q4 last year. So without much further ado, I do want to pass it to Johnny Young, the Executive Director of the Confederation of Asian and Pacific Accountants, CAPA, who has a membership body of 33 members across Asia Pacific, and also including affiliate members from the US and the UK. So what they've done a survey across their member bodies on NOCLAR earlier in the 2024 to 2025, and they have some findings on that they can share with us. So without much further ado, again, Johnny, on to you.
Thank you, Cam. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Madam Chair and Chana. My name is Johnny, as Cam has mentioned, and I'm the Executive Director for this Confederation of Asia Pacific Accountant. We are a regional organizations of accountancy bodies for the Asia Pacific region. And just a correction from what Cam has mentioned, we have 29 members and not 33. All right, can we move to the next slides? Now, this is just something brief about NOCLA, but more importantly is that for Kappa, we actually did a survey in 2020. I think it's almost like 2 years after the NOCLA provisions has come into effect. And the reason is because at that time, there were already some comments that there are some implementation challenges as at 2020 at the time. But obviously, we started the survey in 2020, and then we all know what happened. COVID came and everything gets leave at the roadside. And in fact, I joined Kappa in 2024 and then pick up this project again. We sent out the survey again to our member bodies. And obviously with the survey, not everybody responded. We have 17 member bodies that have responded to the survey. But out of these 17 member bodies, 2 PAOs have not adopted the NOCLA standard itself. One is the VAA, the Vietnamese Accounting Associations, and the other is the Institutes of Cost and Management Accountants of Bangladesh. But the rest have implemented NOCLA, and in fact, the last two countries that came back to tell us that they have implemented NOCLA is actually the US and ICAI itself. Next, can we move to the next? Well, what is NOCLA? Again, I'm sure Cam will have a very brief view. This is an ethical framework to guide PAs, including auditors, and deciding how best to act in the public interest when they become aware of a NOCLA or suspected NOCLA. And these standards provides a clear pathways for the auditors and other professional accountants to disclose either identified or suspected NOCLA in the course of their duties and so on. Interestingly, I think NOCLA is one of the few standards. I've noted that you have different level of responses for senior accountants and all the junior PAIBs when they are dealing with NOCLA itself. Next slide. And of which what are the laws and regulations that are being covered? You have read all this in the standards, and what the NOCLA itself cover in terms of the clients or the employers. You can see it from the slides here. Next. So we have actually sent out this survey that I mentioned in the end of 2024, and the responses came back in early 2025, and I've since compiled this. And what happened is that I have actually clustered the findings into 4 themes. The first one is, of course, the extensive and specialized legal landscapes. Second one is the conceptual ambiguity and limited guidance that is available. Third one is what are the potential gaps in awareness, trainings, and general market readiness, and as well as other structural and operational barriers. Now, some of these survey findings that came back to us actually has nothing to do with the code, but especially when we talk about the other structural and operational barrier. But for the code to work more effectively, obviously there are some needs for fine-tunings of what is the structural or operational barriers that has been noted from the survey that has come back. So let's dive into the areas that I have, as I said, put it into the 4 cluster. Can we move to the next slide? Now, under extensive and specialized legal landscape and interpretations, obviously you have read, you have seen the earlier slides where you list down all the 8 laws and regulation that's being covered, and don't forget, we are looking at also in the future, a lot of these are non-financial informations as you move into sustainability assurance and so on and so forth. So the sheer knowledge for the accountants to manage is obviously wide and is getting wider. Now, no doubt, the standards would have provided a caveat to say that you don't need to be an expert in all the law, but you need to be aware or have some working knowledge of these standards. But still, we have to recognize the fact that it is very extensive scope. And I understand this is the situation because the codes has to be principle based, and so you cannot be limiting it in terms of what are the laws and regulation that needs to be covered in that respect. So how then do we deal with such an extensive body of knowledge is something to reflect on. Second thing is that from the survey findings that has come back. This is the regulators' expectations. And I can't name the regulators because, like I said, these are feedback from my PAOs. But it seems that sometimes the regulators is expecting a little bit too much from the accountants, and especially an accountant that works in the multinationals with diverse operations across the globes and so on and so forth. So how do we then deal with the perhaps unrealistic expectations of the regulator? It is something that we need to reflect upon. The second part is on the conceptual ambiguity and limited guidance. Yes, the code itself under para 100s and so on has already mentioned that it is the accountant's need to look into this public interest in the cost of their work, whether as a consultant or as an employee. But still, there appears to be the fact that the members have not caught on to this. There are comments that have come back to say that why does the accountant needs to have these no-cloud provisions when the same thing doesn't apply to the lawyers, to the engineers, or to the other professionals. And another comment that come back is that our fees are so low in Nepal, for example, that we don't have space to deal with no class and so on and so forth. So it appears that the concept of public interest have not really sink in to the members itself, and they are still looking at the cost, the fees, and so on and so forth. The other is the difficulties in distinguishing between serious non-compliance and minor infractions. No doubt the code itself has all these provisions, and there are provisions to say that what is clearly trivial, there's no need to deal with it. But still, the awareness of the members in this area could be lacking in some of the jurisdictions. I will deal with what are the best practices, or what are the ways that PAOs are dealing with these limitations or gaps in that respect. So these are the first two findings. Can we move to the next slide? The next one is on the potential gaps in awareness, trainings, and general market readiness. And I mean, the standards deals with the deal process as far as internal escalation is concerned, documentations, different responses of senior and junior PIBs when confronting NOCLA. And it is quite a lot. And in that respect, the PAOs are finding it a challenge to actually train the members in this area, but the PAOs are trying to do their best in these areas. That is for sure in that respect. The other one is how NOCLA interacts with other whistleblowing laws in each jurisdiction. For the more advanced jurisdiction like CAA and Z or CPA Australia, they have all these fact sheets, technical helplines and so on to help their members when they are being confronted with these things. But for the smaller PAOs or those with less resources, this could be a challenge in that respect. And an interesting area that we find out is that in terms of general market readiness, apparently in India, for example, they only adopted the NOCLA in 2022 after the COVID, and they are only making it applicable to employees of a PLC and also to the auditors of the PLCs. And for that reason also, they actually says that these are for companies that has a turnover of more than 250 crore, which is equivalent to about 28 million US dollar. So any organizations smaller than this, or any audit assignment that is smaller than this, the auditor need not comply or follow the NOCLA provisions. So in this respect, there is a gap that is being noted in terms of market acceptance. And in China, again, it only applies to the auditors. And that is probably because the CICPA is actually a practicing accountants body. And so what happened to the CFO, who is an accountant, but is not a member of CICPA in that respect? Obviously, they are not covered by the NOCLA provisions. So for a standard which is intended to be a public interest legislations, having different tier of accountants, some comply and others doesn't, it doesn't augurs well for a global codes in that respect. And finally, the fourth theme that we have discovered in the survey is that they are still, members are still finding it difficult to deal with legal conflicts between confidentiality and disclosure requirements. And I think in the earlier non-authoritative material that was issued by IESBA, for example, you mentioned that when the code changed to adopt this NOCLA, the PAIB should be telling their employers to get a new letter of employment to incorporate this clause. It is a suggestion, but whether this practical is something to reflect upon. And again, the same thing when it comes to the letter of engagement, whether can the, let's say, the predecessor auditors tell the incoming auditors about a NOCLA incident if there is a confidentiality clause in the letter of engagement in the first place. So how do you deal then with these issues? Second thing is that the lack of support for whistleblowers. I think we have to recognize that there is, although it is supposed to be a very rare incident, but there could be a possibility that the accountants may be at the losing end because of what he or she does in terms of whistleblowing. And perhaps we can take some examples from, let's say, ICAW or even ACCA, where they have these benevolent funds and they can use this fund to tide the accountants over the next 6 months in the situations until the accountants can actually stand on his back again later on. Now, yes, the benevolent funds for ICAW or even ACCA was never intended for NOCLA, but it is there and there is an avenue to support the members if there is a need to draw down on these funds itself. So something to think about. Second, the third one is on the enforcement gaps. Apparently, even in the UK, there are instances where there could be a NOCLA incidents where there is no competent authority to accept the complaints. So in this case, apparently the default is actually to go to the FRC, but whether the FRC is the right authority to deal with that is a very, very big question mark. But in other cases, in other jurisdictions, there could be a situation where there is no competent authority altogether. So how then do we deal with these situations? And then finally, okay, the last part is on better corporate governance regime helps. Now, of course, this has nothing to do with the code, but if the general corporate governance standards in a jurisdiction is high enough, obviously the NOCLA code will be will find itself very, very useful, because that means the other people in the ecosystems are already familiar with good corporate governance, whistleblowings, and so on and so forth. So these are some of the thematic findings that we have actually compiled from the survey itself. Next. Now, what are the potential solutions? Those are the earlier challenges and issues. One of those things are obviously the need for continuous educations, regular updates, telephone helplines by CAA and CPA Australia, and I believe a lot of other bodies also have this type of members support. PAOs to promote activities, provide case studies, support materials, especially by IESBA going forward. Periodic advocacy and dialogues with regulators and senior PAIBs. For example, in the UK, this is where the PAOs are actually dealing with the government to consider setting up a new authorities to receive certain complaints and so on and so forth. So these are some of the advocacies that the POs are already handling it at their level itself. But of course, I'm sure they will appreciate if IESBA also can come in to help them push through that message with the authorities in that jurisdictions. Lobbying for changes in the laws and regulations, the need for competent authority, as I've mentioned earlier on. Financial support for members in distress, such as the ICA, WACCA, benevolent funds. I don't know what other. I remember weekly that the Dutch institutes a couple of years back says that they are also looking into setting up a benevolent funds for their members. In a way to encourage the members to exercise moral courage and so on and so forth. So whether they have actually gone ahead and start up the funds, I have not followed through, but maybe it's something that the IESBA may want to follow up and see how it goes and whether does that helps in terms of NOCLA provisions and so on. Promoting good corporate governance practices, and this is where some POs are actually approaching the securities regulators and so on, so to strengthen the corporate governance ecosystems in a company, and indirectly that will help in terms of NOCLA applications and compliance, and better articulations of the concept of public interest. Because like I said, there are members who are still have not catch up with the concept of public interest, although the code has incorporated this since more than before 2018, I believe, before the restructured codes came into effect. The concept of public interest has already been embedded in the code earlier on, but still people or members may not have picked up in that respect. Next. So this is my findings, and we are in the process of finalizing the report. And I would like to thank Ken and also Cam for actually looking through the reports earlier on and providing some very, very constructive feedbacks for us to refine the reports as of today. So I am happy to take any questions if there is any, and the slides I believe would have already been circulated. So again, if there's any queries or comments or observations, unfortunately I didn't put my email inside, but you can always get in touch with Cam, and she will be able to forward those queries or information to me if any. And lastly, what I am finalizing the report now is to incorporate some good practices in the Asia Pacific regions. But if any of the board member here have come across some good practices, please also do share with me. And of course, even if these are not from the Asia Pacific region, I'm sure there are lessons that we can learn from some of the good practices that PAOs are adopting throughout the globe itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Johnny, for this excellent presentation and for your availability to address this board. I think it's the first time that the board listens to someone with this level of knowledge about what's happening in so many jurisdictions, because as you mentioned, it had 29 members. So it's really a rich source of information, and it already brings us a lot of food for thought and areas of analysis which will be relevant going forward. Also, thank you for your availability to provide your email address. Be careful, because it may become a full-time job to respond to all the questions and all the suggestions that you will receive. But we are very grateful. This kind of collaboration, it's exactly what we need, because the IESBA is an international organization, but we are a small organization, and of course we cannot be everywhere. We don't know everything, so we really count on these partnerships, formal or informal, to bring us the information and the knowledge that we need to have to make any decisions in the near future. So thank you so much to you for your presentation and for your availability. And now I'm going to see if any board member has any question or suggestion to you. David, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Johnny, for walking through. That was really actually quite insightful. The question I have for you that really stuck out for me as I was listening, because we're seeing it in other projects as well, is the fact that the board is one part of the total ecosystem. So yes, we can set standards, but those standards have to be regulated, they have to be enforced, they have to, there has to be oversight. So I'm just curious, when you look across the region, are you getting any insights or feedback on the regulatory appetite to take this forward as part of the ecosystem? And I think the second part to that question is, because you mentioned it in your presentation as well, the idea that there are perhaps some challenges around the perspective on the playing field being level, so those that are part of a body versus those that are not. And what is the reaction, not just from the profession, but also from the other actors in the ecosystem around that uneven playing field? Do you have any insights on that, whether it's the investor perspective? Do they see this as an important gap? Regulatory perspective, do they see it as an important gap? Or is it something that we're looking at more from a professional perspective? So it's more just trying to get your sense, based on the extensive work you've done, around the appetite with the other actors in the ecosystem that we absolutely need to be able to do this holistically. Thank you.
Thank you. I can't actually speak for most other jurisdictions, but I can only speak for Malaysia, where I'm being based in. And in the past, the securities commissions in Malaysia tends to be a little bit too harsh on the practicing accountants. But I think over the last few years, it is quite gratifying to note that there is a subtle shift in the Malaysian securities commissions, that they are saying that the first line of defense needs to be the board or those charged with governance. And I think this is a good shift in this case, because for a very long time, I think the poor auditors has been disproportionately blamed for a lot of cases, especially in Malaysia. So, but I'm not so sure whether is this the trend that is happening in other parts of the world. But from what I've read in the US, apparently now they are going for a very lighter regulation. But whether does that help in terms of making the right person responsible for whatever they are doing? It is something that we are seeing it unfolding, at least in the US environment, in the year or so to come. But perhaps this is where IESBA, in your outreach, you can also send out the feelers to find out whether what are the other players in the ecosystems dealing in this respect itself. And like what you mentioned is true. You can't have a global code where auditors that do a big audit needs to do comply with this, and if your audit is less than 28 million US dollar, you don't have to comply with NOCLA. It doesn't bode well for a public interest legislations in these respects. But whether is the regulators on board to strengthen this, I think it is something that not only IESBA, but even the Kappa, we will need to keep on engaging with our PAOs. And from them, we will also have to find out how is the regulators in that jurisdictions looking into this issue itself. But again, this is something that we will need to track going forward.
Thank you so much, Johnny. Now I see Amajit, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. Apologies for not being there in person. Thanks, Johnny, for this very interesting presentation. My question is very brief. I heard more about the gaps, challenges, barriers, problem areas. Is there any good news that you have to share with us in terms of, in some region, some country, you find good implementation practices? It seems from your presentation, a lot of ecosystem issues. Any jurisdiction where, things were in place for the right implementation of NOCLAR. So in a nutshell, my question is, we heard a lot of bad news, but any good news you have to share? Thanks.
Well, one thing that I have heard from Nepal itself, the PAOs is actually getting the Auditor Generals of Nepal to consider beefing up their internal systems in a way that it encourages sort of whistleblowings for the public sectors. So I think in this case, using NOCLA as an example is where the PAOs have actually approached in this case, the public sector auditor general and say that, look, our members are having this NOCLA provision, and they are there in a way a gatekeeper to be on the lookout for some possible non-compliance or breaches, and then do the necessary internal escalation, as well as if need to report to the external authority. Using the same ecosystems, the Auditor General of all these public sector entities can also consider whether a similar practices can be encouraged in the public sector entities itself, even though they are non-accountants. So I think this could be an area that I would say is a good news, but whether has the Auditor General in Nepal, has they actually taken this up? I think it is something that is still in progress. It's a WIP in that sense. But I think the message is that if, and it's very important, if the Auditor General is to set up a systems to encourage all this whistleblowing, it is very important for the public sector to actually show that when they receive this type of a report, they must deal with it on a timely basis. Otherwise, people will lose confidence in the systems. Because I complain about this, and yet nobody gets investigated or nobody gets sanctions, and things still go on as it is. It cannot be good for the public sectors in that respects. So it is something that is starting off, but let's see where it ends in the days ahead or in the years ahead in that sense. Yep.
Thank you, Johnny. Chana, please.
Thanks, Gabriela. Thanks, Johnny, for your presentation. I have some observations, so you can respond to it if you want, but these are just observations. I mean, the NOCLA framework, it's a response framework, and it's like people tend to focus on the last part, which is like going out and whistleblowing, but actually it's a response framework where it goes through a process where you might be able to deal with the issue internally. So like most of the times it may be resolved 80-90% of the time internally. And then only if it cannot be solved internally, do you need to think about, is it causing substantial harm to a range of stakeholders, right? So I don't see, like I saw some comments about minor things. I don't see how that would, overcome a threshold of substantial harm to a range of stakeholders. Like we are really talking about the big ticket items, and that's only you have to think about, is there other avenues if I can't resolve it internally? In respect of when NOCLA initially came into Australia, I think the professional bodies got a bit inundated with people thinking, is this NOCLA, is that NOCLA? But I think over time they sort of manage to deal with it, because after a while people realize that the threshold is quite high to report it, particularly if you want to go outside the organization. Then if you, there was, I think, a question about is regulators taking it on. After the tax leaks scandal in Australia, the Tax Practitioners Board actually pointed to the NOCLA laws that, or NOCLA provisions that the accountants have, and they changed the tax whistleblowing legislation where you can now report to the Tax Practitioners Board, regardless of the profession. And they said they did it based on the NOCLA provisions in the code.
Thank you, Chana. Any reaction, Johnny?
I think you are absolutely right, Chana, and I think even Cam, when she reviewed my draft, I think Ken also had picked up on this. So in this respect, I think it is a case where the members of the PAOs are still in a learning curve in that sense, and it is a case of like you say, Australia has gone through that due process, and now people are aware what are the thresholds. But for some organizations, for some PAOs, they are still going through the learning curve in that respects. And again, yes, I agree. What you have mentioned about the example of your tax board, where you have changed the legislations and leave the limitations in terms of confidentialities. And again, that goes back to my earlier provisions of whether is there any other things that we can do more than just the changing the letter of employments, because the NOCLA has come into effect, so that it allows you to override the confidentiality, and the same thing goes with the letter of engagements in the public practice situations. But in this case, Chana, as you mentioned, your tax board has already gone a step ahead to say that we have changed the legislation. So in this case, if you come across these incidents, you can report straight to the board, even though there are some earlier confidentiality clause which you have agreed with the clients in these respects. Now, I forgot to mention that when I was talking about the extensive codes, extensive law and regulation that's being covered, and the fact that it is widening. Yes, the accountants are only required to have a working knowledge on the law, but sometimes things are not that straightforward. Even I like to quote my Malaysian and situation where my previous prime minister have received more than 900 million US dollar. Okay, 900 million US dollar. And some people call it donation, some people call it commission, and some other people call it something else. So, but the fact that the money goes into his bank account, how do you interpret that is never that straightforward in that respect.
Thank you, Johnny. Ken, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm sure we would all appreciate a donation of maybe 9 million should be okay. Interesting aside. No, Johnny, thank you very much for your presentation, which I found very helpful. You touched on a number of issues, in fact, that were thoroughly debated by this board at the time the standard was being developed. It was a very long journey. I think some of us have been around, a few of us studies, I know, but many of you around the board table here would not have been part of that very protracted board period of board deliberations because the issues were so polarizing in many respects. Just a few thoughts I would like to share with the board. Like you say, a number of the issues that you've raised, we'll come back to those because we will go through the post-implementation review and we will hear from our stakeholders around the world, etc. And a number of those matters will come back. I think what I would like to emphasize to the board is that the standard, when it was developed, as indicated, went through very intensive board deliberations. And the standard itself, the response framework, is very carefully calibrated. Essentially, the board at the time is lifted every rock and pebble really to make sure that it had addressed all the different dimensions and considerations as part of that framework. So how this standard has been laid out, as I say, is very carefully thought through and it is very balanced. But importantly, the notion of professional judgment is very critical. And when I hear of feedback like, for example, well, we don't really understand what substantial harm means. Give us more information. Give us more details. Walk us through. That's, in a way, the board is being asked to go down the path of trying to be more prescriptive than it actually originally wanted. And it's an issue that comes back time and again to the board because stakeholders, first of all, especially from the profession, have advocated for more principles-based standard, but yet we hear of, again, the same comments from many parts of the profession wanting more details and potentially more prescription. Again, so it's what is the right balance here? On the one hand, the profession wants more principles-based standard, but on the other hand, it wants more granularity in the requirements and so forth in order to be able to interpret the standard. So that is a broader issue for the board to consider, but it is, I thought it is useful to just highlight this this kind of dichotomy and how we're going to deal with that is a bit of an open question for further discussion with stakeholders. I would say, in terms of how the board addresses the issues, as I said, we will come back to that. I think it's fair to say that as Chana and you have highlighted, Johnny, the standard is not really placing it all on the shoulders of the individual professional accountant, whether they are in business or in public practice, to address, because the standard really is, I would say, is overweighted or is geared towards having the issue dealt with internally within the organization or within the client. And that is how it is intended to be played out. It is for the management, it is for the board of directors internally at the company or the client to try to address the issue. But importantly, I would say to comments from individual accountants or even firms who come back time and again and say, well, what about, well, are we not being unfairly treated here by having to comply with NOCLAW, the standard? What about others who are not subject to the same requirements? This issue also was considered at the board at the time, and essentially the consensus was, look, if you as an individual accountant are working with an employer who is, engaging in some sort of issues of non-compliance, and this is ongoing, would you want to continue as a professional accountant working in that sort of environment? Equally, if you are a firm providing professional services to a client who is engaged in that sort of, let's say, issue, would you want to be associated with that client? So it's not so much looking at it in just one angle, but also looking, there's a need for the accountant themselves and the firm to consider the implications for them from a risk perspective. Now, the most important thing I really wanted to come to and just highlight to the board is this issue of the role of the broad ecosystem. That also was a very important point that the board made at the time when it issued the standard, which is to emphasize that once IESBA has developed the standard and issued it, it is importantly going to need other players in the system to play their important roles. So regulators, the PAOs, the educational institutions, et cetera, investors, the users as well, to really make clear what their expectations are. And in that context, maybe there's two things I want to highlight is one, a few years ago, the International Bar Association had indicated that it was very actively looking at the NOCLAW standard for the accounting profession, in other words, IESBA's standard, with a view to trying to develop something equivalent for the international legal profession. Since then, I've not heard of any developments from that profession. And I think there's basically a need to follow up. So that's really what we will try to pursue internally as part of this work stream. And related to this, recently, just in the past week, in fact, Gabriel and I have received an invitation from a unit within the United Nations that deals with financing for development. The FFD Forum, is what they are going to be organizing in April from the 20th through 24th. And essentially they've asked, it's not the first time we've had previous interactions with them, they've asked for IESBA to be a participant in that forum or a side meeting that they are intending to organize that is going to look at the role of professional service providers, PSPs, and the role of PSPs both as guardians of financial integrity, as well as potentially contributors or enablers of, all of these issues of non-compliance. So they would like a conversation with us, and with Gabriel and I have not discussed this in any detail, but my sense is it would be certainly a great opportunity for this board to contribute to the conversation at that level, and to re-emphasize the important role that, like I said, the other players in the ecosystem have to play. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Johnny, any reaction, or do you want me to collect other questions and comments?
I think something which I have told my member bodies, and I have also mentioned it to John when we met in Jakarta, is that a lot of these things, it may not be the activities of IESBA in the sense that means the PO in that jurisdictions, if you know that there's a gap, there's no competent authorities and so on and so forth, go and talk to the government. And if there is a need, then only maybe you can ask IESBA to help in terms of having an additional dialogues and so on, so that the authorities can see the importance of having certain part of the ecosystem being beefed up in that respect. So these are areas that has to be championed by the PAOs in that jurisdiction, but on and off, they may need the help of IESBA to also play the messengers when dealing with the authorities. Something to note.
Thank you, Johnny, and noted. Mark, please.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. It was really helpful. I suppose it just strikes me that in listening to this discussion, part of the challenge with NOCLAR is it's probably the area of the code where there is the greatest overlap and interplay with a myriad of different national law and regulatory requirements. And, you know, although obviously we'll discuss the post-implementation reviews, I do wonder whether we might also specifically try and tease out from our stakeholders what would help them with the broader adoption of the code and the NOCLAR provisions in particular as we go through this. Because, you know, listening to Johnny, it's almost as if there is something that is tailor-made for each member organisation, each jurisdiction. And we can try and support that, obviously, through principles-based requirements in the code. And I do think that is the right thing to do. But it might be a useful opportunity to actually reach out and say, what would help you in terms of the broader adoption? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Johnny. Johnny, were you going to respond?
No, I totally agree with what with Mark's observation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mark and Johnny. And Mark, this is one of the objectives, I think, of this exercise. It's exactly to try to understand what else can we do. So thank you for that comment, because we should be focused on what can we, if we do need to do something else to ensure the broad implementation and adoption of this standard. John, please.
Johnny, thank you for the presentation. The finding that really stood out for me was the point around the notion of the public interest may not have fully caught on. And one of the solutions that you talked about was reinforcing or explaining what the public interest obligation means. I'm interested in whether any of your members are doing anything in that regard in terms of either not necessarily trying to define it, but trying to provide examples of it that would actually help in the region for people to understand, well, what does acting in the public interest mean?
From what I gather, I think the Australian bodies, CPA Australia and CANZ, they do run quite a number of these seminars or webinars, and also issue a fair bits of all these fact sheets and so on. And I think overall members have find that very helpful in that respects. But for the smaller PAOs and all these things, I think it is still something that a lot of them may have problems trying to even come up with a minimum baselines in that respects.
Thank you, John, and thank you, Johnny. And let me just, in that respect, make a comment, which is something related to what we saw on the slides, the possible way of addressing this issue of the uncertainty or unclarity about what the public interest may mean, which could be the PAO to come out with a jurisdiction-specific interpretations. And while I see the possible benefits of that in terms of bringing the notion closer to specific jurisdiction stakeholders, there is also a risk of fragmentation here if all the PAOs start deciding what public interest means for each jurisdiction. So I think that we should be very careful with this possible approach and probably take a more make sure that we take an approach which does not drive or trigger further fragmentation, while of course recognizing that this is probably the standard which is more sensitive to local, not only laws and regulations, culture, but also the notion of public interest. So this is just a comment. Tomoyo, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Johnny, for your presentation. So the challenge that you shared in your slides were really, as Chana mentioned, maybe the final step of the NOCRA about the notification. But I hear some feedback that this NOCRA has contributed as a deterrent effect to reduce the number of to be notified, more promote communication between the TCWG and the PAOs, or a commission of the third party committee review or such kind of things. So again, have you observed such kind of feedback in your survey is the question. And the other question is it really the challenge is only about the notification, or there is any challenge in other steps as well? Thank you.
Certainly, one like Chana mentioned, but even the escalations, we have noted that some members of PAOs are still not very sure of what are the internal processes, and the fact that there are different processes for senior PAIBs or junior PAIBs. Yes, there are still gaps in terms of this awareness, and there are a lot more works that the PAOs can be involved in. And I would certainly think that NOCLA is one of the ways to improve communications between those charged with governance, the service providers, and so on and so forth. And the fact that there is also the recognitions of a good corporate governance ecosystems can help everybody lift the standards. I think that observation is equally true in that respect. All right, so I think it's a case of getting everybody to play their roles in the interest of the public, for lack of better words in that case.
Yes, thank you, Johnny. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tomoya, Johnny. Thank you. I don't see anyone else wanting to make any question to you. And this is just a flavor of what you can receive in your email in case you share it, because this is just the first round. I think that other questions and comments will come to you as someone who is so much after this survey and the work that you have done, so much aware of the reality of so many different jurisdictions in this respect. And I would probably take many things in this presentation and in the comments from the board stood to me, but there is one element which is exactly this element of that you mentioned and that others mentioned about this being just a part of a broader system that should be working with those charged with governance, with the strong corporate governance standards and principles, and also the comment that you made, or the information that you gave us, that from the Malaysian perspective, that the Securities Commission used to be a little bit harsh. I'm using your words, not making any judgment on professional accountants with respect to these topics, but now it's changing a little bit the approach. I would say that no CLAR standard, the way it works, by providing the accountants with a process that they may follow or should follow in case they face some kind of no CLAR, it democratizes already the responsibility. Because once you know, and I'm speaking about the ones with whom you should share internally all the elements or the facts that you have come across as a professional organization, once you are informed, you cannot say that you don't know. And so that way, the responsibility is immediately democratized and brings the other in the organization, and the organization as such to take these issues as if they were their issues. So it's not perfect, but I think that this idea that once the PA, the professional accountant, uses this mechanism and this process, from that moment on, he or she is not alone dealing with it, and there will be others being taken and made responsible for the addressing this properly. I think it's a very important point here. Of course, this again brings us closer to the corporate governance community, corporate governance considerations, principles, etc. And it's clear from the work that we are doing here and in other projects that this has to be connected, and there are closer intersections between one and the other. Also, comment, Johnny, is that the work that you are doing is extremely important also because this is one of the topics that sits at the heart of what we are as a board and what we do as a board in contributing to the fight against corruption, against bribery, against fraud, against financial crime. So this is a crucial element to which I think that other international organizations are looking. Can mention the International Bar Association, but probably others are taking a look at it as well, because it is very much in line with what other organizations such as the IMF, such as the World Bank, such as the European Commission, etc., are doing to make sure that they set up the right instruments to reinforce or provide more robustness to the global challenge of the fight against financial crime. So this somehow repositions us, or forces us to reposition ourselves with respect to our mission, to our mandate in serving the public interest, and one of the areas is exactly this one. So thank you so much for this excellent presentation and for your openness to respond to all these questions. Be attentive to your email because other questions will come, I'm sure. And I very much hope, Johnny, that this is just one of the moments where we will collaborate on this topic, of course, on any other, but we will need to keep the conversation going and open between CAPA and the IESBA in this respect. Thank you so much. And I think that if you want to stay with us, of course, you are very welcome. We can now move to the next part of the discussion on NOCLA, which is the survey that has been prepared. And I'm going to give the floor to Cam and Jean in this respect. Thank you.
Thanks, Gabriela, and thank you, Johnny, very much. I know it's quite late over there in Malaysia, so thank you for your time and availability to answer all the questions and share your insights.
Thank you.
Thank you. So for today, in terms of going through the survey, what the board will receive is feedback on the outreach that we've performed in Asia, as Gabriela alluded to earlier. This combined with the insights shared by Johnny should also provide set a really good scene for the board to then also provide input onto the surveys. With respect to the two surveys, we'll go through some high-level principles of how they were developed and how they're structured and the approach for them, and then we'll go through a detailed walkthrough, essentially just to get the board members' feedback on it. We have received advanced comments on the survey, so thank you in advance also for that. Subsequent to this session here today, the project team and the board advisors will be meeting to address the comments received, and we will be coming back on the last day, Thursday, to seek for approval of the 2 surveys. So just a quick recap of what was agreed in the September board meeting, which was the last time the PIRs were discussed. At that meeting, the proposed objectives, scope, and approach was discussed and supported by the board. 2 key themes in terms of comments from the board did arise, and this was the request or the suggestion to incorporate in the survey really the importance of understanding what is the impact of the standard. And when we're talking about impact, also including some sort of evidence of effective implementation. How is that showcased? How do you know that it is what that impact is? And the second theme is to understand how the standard has been adopted and implemented in various jurisdictions, and specifically also the rationale for any modifications or carve-outs. And that also lends to the point of, based on this information, how can we better support the adoption and implementation in due course? So as the surveys were being finalized, these 2 points were incorporated into the survey. Okay, so in terms of the outreach that we've performed, aside from the insights from Johnny, in Malaysia, Singapore, and Hong Kong, we did do some closed-door discussions with about 15 to 16 firm practitioners in each jurisdiction, and also a few CFOs, so about 5 to 10 in each jurisdiction. So these are some of the themes. The details are in the appendix to the cover note. But number 1 is that there was a recognition that good organizational culture or firm culture is very important for the effective implementation or operation of the NOCLAR standard. So that is, if the tone at the top does encourage the reporting, there's no retaliation, even when, and there's no pressure on the junior employee to accept any sort of NOCLAR, that's very important. A second theme that arose is also jurisdictional norms are very important. So for example, in some jurisdictions, there could be a scenario where there is, it is common practice almost to do something outside of your typical, like what is laws and regulation, but everybody does it, and the authority doesn't do anything about it. A very simple example was given in terms of working overtime hours, which are over the statutory limits, which is very common, but that's NOCLAR, but nobody does anything about it. So these things are also very important to take into account in terms of the effectiveness and operation of the NOCLAR standard and the expectations around it. A third theme was that while known, NOCLAR obviously is straightforward to address. There's hard evidence. You go to authorities, you can whistleblow, etc. Suspected NOCLAR is challenging to address. And so examples were given where you could go through the internal escalation process and the investigative process within with the client, but potentially there's still no hard evidence to be able to report it successfully to an appropriate authority. So challenges around that were also highlighted. On the flip side, there was feedback that the NOCLAR standard does provide clear guidance in terms of processes and procedures of what one can do when faced with NOCLAR. And that it also provided more confidence, for example, in particular with auditors in one jurisdiction, when addressing matters of NOCLAR with the client. And this is because this reflects also on our ecosystem conversation just now, but the next auditor, or if the client decides to, remove the auditor because of this, and they go to another auditor, the next auditor will also have to deal with this NOCLAR issue, and everybody recognizes that within that jurisdiction. So it gives that auditor more confidence to address this with the client. And there was suggestions that, again, scenarios and case studies could be provided to encourage, identification of NOCLAR and what to do about it. And also, there was also a point raised with respect to the importance in some jurisdictions of whistleblowing laws. So it was pointed at, in some cases, that without the protection, one might not necessarily report to the appropriate authority in those cases. And just my last bit here on the feedback, but I just wanted to highlight that there were some questions raised with respect to the standard or some statements made that reflected potentially a knowledge gap in terms of what the standard intended and what the understanding was. So the meaning of clearly inconsequential, which I think was also raised in the CAPA findings. Also, whether or not personal matters were covered by the standard, for example, extramarital affairs. This was also understanding the working knowledge of laws and regulation and the challenge of it, increasing in scope. This was also highlighted, and interaction with local laws and regulations. So, for example, some local laws and regulations demand that you report NOCLAR almost immediately, even if it's suspected, without the auditor being able to do its investigative process. The level playing field was also questioned, why PAs have this versus non-PAs don't have this, and questions over the interaction with the ISIS, ISA 220 consideration of laws and regulations. So this was some of the a flavor of some of the feedback in these discussions on NOCLAR, and details are also in the appendix. Now, in terms of the NOCLAR survey itself, just to remind the board, the objective really is to determine whether or not the NOCLAR provisions have achieved its intended purpose by identifying any benefits and practical challenges or questions regarding its implementation, and then also what actions might be needed to address identified matters. So especially in relation to the NOCLAR survey, with respect to some of the questions, information can be submitted on an anonymized basis. And if there are confidential matters, these can be directly discussed with the project team for further understanding. However, the surveys itself, unless confidentiality is specifically requested by respondents, these will be submissions will be considered matters of public record, and they'll be put up on the website, similar to how we receive responses for our exposure drafts, consultation papers, etc. And in terms of, obviously, the NOCLAR standard and the restructure code, these were changed quite a long time ago, almost a decade now, or at least 8 years. So the survey will be linked to an overview of both of these standards, so that respondents can get a idea if they need a recap. The survey is split for NOCLAR into stakeholder categories. So these questions are specifically tailored. So it'll be the JSS, PAOs, regulators and oversight bodies, firms, and PAIBs, and other users such as investors or other beneficiaries of the code. Specific to accounting firms, we're recognizing that some firms may be part of a global network. Some are smaller, medium-sized firms. Maybe that it's just within their local jurisdiction. So within the survey, we've requested that if you are part of the global network, that the global firm does respond on behalf of the network, just to avoid any duplication or when responding to the survey. Okay. Also, we recognize that some organization might have multiple roles, like you could be have a regulator hat as well as a JSS hat. For example, for these organizations, they're all asked to respond to the relevant sections of the survey. Each survey question asks for a basis for their response and explanation, and to provide supporting evidence where applicable. And the questions are intentionally broad so as to not to try and influence a particular response from the respondent. And on to you, Jean. Yeah.
Thanks, Cam, and hello to everyone. So as Cam indicated, the survey is split by stakeholder, but each stakeholder group have different sections to the set of questions that they have. They are predominantly the same. For most of them, there are a few differences that's highlighted on this slide as well. But just to go from the top, so the first set of questions is around adoption status and the effective date, some guidance and education and other support materials. We would like to inquire what's the specific sections on the no-CLAW provisions. Are there any queries or questions on the level of understanding of that specific stakeholder group? And also we're requesting whether that institutional organization are collecting data and information and providing analysis on that. Also requesting some feedback regarding the effectiveness of the provisions, as well as some legal protection based on local laws and regulations, some observed outcomes, and then other comments. As noted on the slide as well, the adoption status and effective date is not applicable to those professional and accountants in business. That question is not asked because it's not applicable. And then also the observed outcomes is also not applicable to those for accounting firms as well. Some additional sections is also included specifically for PAOs and regulators and oversight bodies, specifically around enforcement, how that's being dealt with and whether they are the appropriate authority. And then also some practical experience is requested from accounting firms and those professional accountants in business. So when we go through the work through, you'll see there's different sections of the questions for per stakeholder group, but we'll go into the detail during that time. Then the last stakeholder group is around other users and beneficiaries. So these are a set of questions that we're asking them, whether they're aware of any local no-CLAW provisions, the expected impact of those no-CLAW provisions, whether the no-CLAW provisions are enhancing the confidence in professional accountants as well as accounting firms in responding to expected or suspected no-CLAW. Whether stakeholders are providing support in implementing local no-CLAW provisions, and the rest you can see there. I'm not going to go through, but it's basically those 7 set of questions on others and beneficiaries. And this is a very important stakeholder group to get feedback from as well. So these questions are tailored specifically to them as well. We're going to pause here just for questions and comments before going through walk through the survey.
Thank you very much, Cam and Jean. Mark, please.
You know, the more I listen to this, the more it makes you realise that actually this is going to be quite a challenging exercise to get off the ground. And, you know, we listened to Johnny and you've sort of talked us through the work and, you know, how you've put this together. That's all really helpful for us when we're considering the survey. But what we don't do in the survey is we don't set out up front what your obligations are in respect of no-CLAW. And I don't mean sort of specifying it in the level that it's in the survey, but what outcome are we trying to achieve through the no-CLAW provisions in the code? And I think we know it, but actually I'm not sure there's a consistent understanding out there about, you know, what people are actually doing and why. And we've set out, you know, principles-based requirements that if you are identifying non-compliance or suspected non-compliance with law or regulation, you report it in the appropriate way. Why are you doing this? And I think that is probably a really helpful framing piece up front, because otherwise I expect you'll get an awful lot of feedback about the way people operationalize the no-CLAW requirements, but they won't actually be thinking about what does this do to you as a professional accountant or a firm or a PAO when you come across no-CLAW or suspected no-CLAW, and what are you doing and why. So I think we probably are going to need to help stakeholders more, and anything we can do, you know, to distill the sort of conversations that we're having would be really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. This is a very good comment, and I would take it for consideration, because actually sometimes, and it's natural, we are speaking about things that we know well, but mostly in this kind of very difficult standards, it's probably necessary to remind why we are doing so. But my question to you, Mark, is: are you suggesting that we frame the survey, or that we include something by reminding people why this standard exists, what we are trying to achieve? Or are you also suggesting that we ask if that objective of that purpose is being achieved?
I was thinking of it more from this is the purpose of the no class standard. This is why it's set. These are the outcomes that we're trying to drive and why. You could then follow that with a question of how well do you think that the standard has achieved in doing that. But I just think it's useful to say this is why the board set this standard. This is what they were seeking to respond from a public interest perspective.
Okay, thank you very much, Mark. And Cam, did you want to say something?
I just wanted to echo that. I think that's a very helpful suggestion. In the structure survey, we do have a little bit of context set out. What was the restructure intended to achieve in each section. For the no class survey, because it's a little bit longer, the intention was to link to it. But I think what you've provided is very helpful, and we'll try to incorporate such context or discuss doing that. Thanks. Sorry. Back to you.
Thanks, Mark and Cam. David, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll actually bounce a little bit off of Mark as well. And this comment probably is going to apply to both of the PIRs. Because one thing that's unusual about the standard setting that we do as it relates to then implementation, perhaps if you think about any other standards, for example, like accounting standards, they tend to just get adopted in a country based on the way they're written. But when I think about the PIRB community, because that's one community we're going after in both, the one thing that's coming out, granted these are early comments, so this is not necessarily how it is everywhere in the world, but the one thing that's coming out really clearly is that the PAIBs themselves know what happens in their countries. In other words, how the PAO has translated the requirements. So the phraseology they use, the wording sometimes differs. So I think to Mark's point, it would be really helpful to think about how we ground that, and even potentially within the PAIB sections, is just to remind them that it's how it's been transcribed with the PAO, because that's what they know and that's what they follow. We're hearing actually quite a lot of feedback as it relates to the IESBA standard itself. They've got a lot less familiarity with it and a lot more with the PAO. So I would just point out that that's a unique feature with this particular stakeholder group that probably needs a little bit more context if you want meaningful feedback. Similarly, I won't talk specifically to the two in terms of specific comments. I'll incorporate them then. But I just wanted to set that as something to really think about, because it's a challenge, I think, even in the context of other projects, we're really thinking about, okay, well, how do we address that? Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, David. I think that's really helpful. And for the PAIB section, we'll be going through the sort of the detailed walkthrough, and you'll see for the PAIB section, we've at least attempted to really understand what the PAIB understands from the PAO, what has the PAO issued, and also if what challenges, including translation, have occurred. But let's go through it, and then your input would be very helpful. Thanks.
Thank you so much, David. And yes, we need to be sensitive to these different understandings and different familiarity from the different groups to the IESBA standards and to this standard in particular. And I'm looking at the other users or beneficiaries of the code. And I think there it will be particularly challenging or not, because they have information or understandings coming from other sources, but it may be a little bit difficult to combine the different regulations or the different recommendations or whatever they have, because in different regions there are different things, namely on whistleblowing. Tom, please.
Okay, this is Tom. Okay, thank you, Chair. And I just would like to sit back a little bit and think a little bit in terms of from the perspective of each stakeholders. I think that this NOCRA PIL project is really, really important. At the same time, that what is the coordination with the IESBA? I mean that they will start the PIR of ISA 540 or other project, and at the same time that stakeholder may face the SPB surveys from the both board, and then they have to pay attention to the other important project like the CFO roundtable and the other projects as well. My little bit of concern is that each stakeholder may feel a little bit overwhelmed from the different some survey of the PIR and some survey of the SPV. So is there any overview of each stakeholder has to answer from this spring perhaps? And I think that's in that perspective, that's the coordination between IESBs may be very important as well, because they will start the PIR of the one project and they will start the ISRE of 2421. So what is the overview of the surveys for each stakeholders, especially the big fours and the PAOs? What is the conversation with the IESBA in that respect?
Well, Tom, thank you very much. And I think that I can provide the first answer and then pass to Ken, because I think that we have a very detailed answer to that. So this question was raised and faced for the first time in September. I'm looking at Luigi because you were particularly vocal in making sure that we were careful in terms of how many surveys, how many requests we were going to make to the same stakeholders at the same time. September 2025. December, we addressed the question very thoroughly about the surveys and the requests to stakeholders. And the initial plan was different from the one that we currently have, because in the meantime, we connected with IESBA, and there was something that I believe it was even published or it was made public about the dates of the different surveys and the different requests coordinated with IESBA, and we made sure that we staggered the requests as much as we can, keeping it within reasonable timelines, since both work plans were pointing out to some projects to be advanced. But maybe I'll ask Ken to give you a little bit more information about it.
Yeah, no, I think, Chair, as you've outlined, Tom, we coordinated very closely with IESBA. And in relation to the issuance of the joint strategy survey in January, we issued an overview of the different releases that the two boards would be issuing over the coming months, whether these were about the surveys or whether there were going to be exposure drafts coming out. So there is a link in that news release that went out in January for the strategy survey, where we essentially provided that overview of the different surveys and other consultative documents that the two boards will be issuing. With that said, we are also coordinating closely as we are going to be engaging with specific stakeholder groups. The jurisdictional senators would be one, for example. We are having a meeting with them towards the end of April, early May. So we can certainly take your feedback on board and really perhaps provide a bit of that context as to what the two boards will be issuing or would have recently issued in terms of consultative documents. We also have established a new, what we call a user advisory group, which comprises investors and users of financial and non-financial information. And we have already a meeting that has been teed up over the course of the coming few weeks. I think the inaugural meeting, I think, John, is April, right? And then we have other dedicated meetings that will address specific consultations, for example, the CFO survey, which we will discuss with them and the like. So I think there's a lot of activity already that's been happening between the two boards.
Thank you very much. I'm very relieved to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. But it's good that you made the question so it becomes clear to everyone, even those listening to us, that of course it's a demanding period for stakeholders, and we recognize that, but we try to make it as smooth as possible based on different criteria. Thank you for that. Amarjit, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I have three short specific comments on the part that has been covered so far. One is on confidentiality. So I was just wondering if you would also like to say, even if a jurisdiction requests confidentiality, IESBA will have the right to use the information on an anonymized basis. Reason I'm suggesting this is if many respondents say that just keep it confidential and we can't use that information for analysis and making a report, then we will be severely handicapped. We respect confidentiality. We'll not name anything, but we will use the data. So that is one suggestion. Second is also to encourage jurisdictions to participate. We can make it clear upfront we are not going to do any rating on a rating scale in terms of implemented, not implemented, broadly implemented, partly implemented. That is not the purpose of this exercise. That would also, if jurisdictions have any inhibitions arising out of that we can upfront make it very clear that is not the intention. And third, very minor point is we are saying that the survey, whether the NOCLAR provisions, this is in part 2A, whether NOCLAR provisions have achieved their intended purpose by identifying benefits from applying the provisions. So I want to focus on the word benefits. I'm okay with it, but do you want to maybe say outcomes, which will be more broader instead of saying benefits? So these are three comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Amarjit. Kam, any reaction?
No, I think they're helpful comments, and we'll consider them when we're also turning around the survey. Thank you, Amarjit. We've got note of them as well. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Amarjit, and thank you all for these good comments so far. This is exactly the objective of this discussion, is that this proposal, this survey, draft survey will become something that you recognize to be the right version to go out to stakeholders. I don't see anyone asking for the floor, and we are exactly on time for the break. So I would suggest that we break now for, I think it's 30 minutes. 30 minutes. We will come back 30 minutes past the hour, meaning 11:30 here. Okay, thank you so much. Well, welcome back. We are a bit late with respect to the NOCLAR discussion for good reasons, because the discussion with Johnny was very comprehensive and fruitful, but we will need to be a little bit more to the point at this point in this part of the meeting. So I'm going to give the floor to Jean, right, to present. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As indicated before the break, we will do a walkthrough through the survey at this time. Just to note, the survey contains questions for the 6 stakeholders highlighted in the presentation, and there's about 15 to 20 questions per stakeholder. So it's not the 22 pages that's dedicated just to one single person to respond to. So just the beginning part is just the introduction. We spoke to this during the presentation. Oh, maybe just before I continue. So we will scroll through the questions, and if there's any questions from board members, please raise your 10 card. We will stop at that time, but I'll pause briefly just to see if there's any questions. And we'll go in detail through the first stakeholder, which is dedicated to the JSS, the jurisdictional stakeholder the standard settings, because most of the questions are exactly the same as alluded, there's just some wording changes, and then we'll go through those questions that are unique to the different stakeholders. And if there's any comments to a specific question that relates to the other stakeholders, we'll pull those through, so we won't pause at that time. So with note, we'll start. So the first is just introduction that we spoke to during our presentation, just indicating the comment period of the survey as well, the responses to be made public, and then some survey instructions about the different parts, and also point 10 is the link to what Cam alluded to. Part A deals with the demographic information that all respondents are required to respond to, giving up some information, just who is responding to the specific survey. Then jumping into part B, which is to the jurisdictional standard setters on adoption status and effective date. As noted, there is a bit of an information box at the beginning, speaking to what adoption and convergence is, and question 4 speaks to the adoption and the effective date. Going on to the next question goes on to guidance and education materials that has been issued by organizations, and what type of information or education materials are provided. I see Amajit's hand.
So may I come in now, or I'm
Yes,
not sure
please.
if
Yes,
it's the
please,
right time.
Amajito.
Oh, okay, fine. So if you can go back to the definition of convergence, I had a comment there. So here we are saying that convergence is where a jurisdiction, alliance, etc., through a process that seeks to eliminate. So I wanted to focus on the word eliminate differences between IESBA and national standards or provisions. So while eliminate is fine, but I would suggest if you can also say or minimize, because it may not be possible all the time to eliminate. There would be some differences depending upon the jurisdiction's peculiarities. So we can say eliminate or minimize. That's just a suggestion. Then I also had some comments on question 4. Yeah. So if you know, this question 4 actually deals with, we want to check the status of adoption of the standards. So it would be helpful if we can, get a better sense of the status of adoption in terms of what is the legal status and enforceability of what a jurisdiction has adopted. With respect to legal status, you could have a question like, are the provisions which have been adopted, are they adopted on a voluntary basis, or comply or explain, or they are mandatory and enforceable? Which category do they fall in? That could be a multiple choice question. And if the answer to enforceability of the provisions is yes, then perhaps a follow-up question could be whether the non-compliance leads to fines, debarment, prosecution, or any other sanction, any other disciplinary measure which the jurisdiction may like to specify. So idea is that we need to have a better understanding of what is the strength of adoption in a jurisdiction. From that point of view, these further improvements could be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Amarjit. Jean, please.
Thank you for the comments, Amarjit. We will making notes and take them into account. So I've covered guidance and education materials. The next one speaks to question 6, which deals with other support, which is being provided on the local no-collar provisions. Question 7 around inquiries.
Sorry, Jean, I think that Chana wants to make some comment. Chana, please.
So, from a purely standard setter's point of view, the standard setter would probably not offer professional advice on the application of its standards. I know we don't do it. So I think those options need a bit of rethink, because those won't be normally offered from a pure standard setter. We refrain from giving professional advice on the application of the standards. And then I think a related one is, if you're like when you go through the other sections, if you're a standard setter as well as a PAO, you might have to have a way of, they only answer it once, otherwise it will get, they have to answer the same question again.
Okay, thank you very much, Chana. I'm sure that there will be different situations in terms of the different standard setters, but it's important to make sure that they are properly, these differences are properly addressed. Ken, please.
Yeah, just to be clarify, so Chana, your comment is on question 6, right? As opposed to question 7?
Yeah, it's on 6.
Right, okay.
Thank you. Question 7. Then going on to the next question, question 8 is the level of understanding. Do the users have an overall understanding of the local no-collar provisions with options and provide some explanations? Amarjit?
Yeah, so, this is a very interesting question, but I'm not sure if you would get very meaningful insights from the responses. You may get very qualitative answers to this question. Also, I tried to read the no-collar provisions. They're not very complex as such. So it's easy to understand, easy to follow. So I'm not very sure what is the value add of this question, but I'm sure you have a basis of including it. I would perhaps say that based on our outreach that was explained earlier, you got some feedback. Maybe that basis, that feedback, if you want to ask some questions in addition to this or in place of this, and that could be what has been your experience on dealing with suspected no-collar, your experience on assessing materiality, what is the threshold each jurisdiction follows, and also, addressing breaches of law that are not financial in nature, or situations where local law conflicts with no-collar provisions. So what I'm trying to say, we could use those inputs that we received in our outreach to form some questions. This question per se, I'm not very convinced what value add it does. Thanks.
Thanks, Amarjeet. Going on to the next question is the data collection analysis section of whether data is collected and the nature and frequencies of any no-CLAR or suspected no-CLAR. Question 10 deals with the effectiveness of provisions, whether the no-CLAR provisions have been effective in guiding professional accountant in dealing with situations that become aware of, and also to provide reasons or basis for their responses. The next one is around legal protection, whether the jurisdiction has any legislation or regulation that provides protection.
Amarjeet, please.
So I had some comments on the previous two questions also. First, maybe let me pick up the effectiveness. I think that is one of the core objectives of this exercise. So see, just to sort of set the context, effectiveness is linked with outcomes. What are the actual outcomes? That's my understanding. What are the actual outcomes achieved vis-a-vis intended outcomes? And here, whether those outcomes are measurable, that becomes important to get a very objective response. Otherwise it becomes very subjective. So, if we can think of some kind of a data metric based on a deep dive into the no-CLAR provisions, which we could indicate as a part of our question, some specific question, such as it could be that what is the trend on the number of cases of no-CLAR or suspected no-CLAR reported pre and post adoption of the no-CLAR provision? In case a jurisdiction has adopted, is there a rise in the number of cases? Of course, you have a question on whether there is a mechanism to capture such data. But let's go beyond mechanism and ask specific. One is, we have a mechanism. Fine, you have a mechanism, but what data were you capturing? There, if we can nudge, you can, indicate some illustrative questions that would perhaps help. For example, what is the nature and frequency of instances of no-CLAR or suspected no-CLAR reported or escalated? If there is any data around that, we also seek the specific number of cases, as I said. Also, in fact, your questions on data collection, that is question number 9. And there is one question on enforcement data and trends, that is question in part D. Enforcement data, to my mind, can also be one of the indicators of effectiveness. So again, just to illustrate, number of cases investigated and enforcement action taken since adoption of no-CLAR provisions, and number of cases where no action was taken and possible reasons for not taking action since the adoption of no-CLAR. So what I'm trying to say is, bring in some matrix if you can, it would help. Otherwise, you may get very subjective, qualitative answers, and you may find it hard to conclude on the effectiveness. It's not easy to measure effectiveness, but we can get some proxies to make that assessment. Also, one more advice, the question 10 is actually combining no-CLAR or suspected no-CLAR together. My suggestion would be, don't mix the two. You may maybe like to split the question. You could have the same question for no-CLAR and same question for suspected no-CLAR. So, the separation will bring more focus, and because suspected no-CLAR may be difficult to assess the effectiveness about, and you will have the risk of two issues getting mixed up if you position them together. I'll just pause with that. Sorry for this long comment.
No, Amarjit, you don't have to be sorry. We have to be grateful for your very detailed and thorough analysis. And I believe that this question 10 is probably the one that is going to raise more issues for the respondents because, as it was mentioned already today, I think by China, it's when everything goes well, it gets unnoticed. So I mean, they may come up with something, but I think it's going to be a little bit difficult. And so I think that some Amarjit's suggestions to try to provide an incentive to respondents to come up with something more concrete and more detailed would be good. Ken, please.
Yeah, maybe just one response to Amarjit's suggestions here, just on basically your latter suggestion, Amarjit, to try to better distinguish between no-claw and suspected no-claw. My sense is it's probably going to be difficult for respondents to split their responses between no-claw and suspected no-claw, because in the standard itself, the standard doesn't really make that distinction for the simple reason that what is suspected, essentially, in many cases, the individual professional accountant or even the firm might not be able to conclude that it is actually an instance of non-compliance because that determination might be a matter for a court of law to essentially render. So that's why the standard, as I said, doesn't distinguish what the response ought to be for no-claw and whether it might be different with respect to suspected no-claw, right? It is actually taken as together, either it's a no-claw or it's a suspected no-claw. And what it is a no-claw, essentially, it is the facts are beyond doubt, and the accountant basically can conclude it is actually an instance of no-claw. So all to say is, I suspect it's going to be difficult for respondents to try to split the two and indicate whether they have, let's say, information about different responses or whatever it is that we would want to learn from them. So just a thought really as to the hesitation I have in terms of making that distinction.
If I may, sorry to so I get your point, but the issue is supposing the answer to the question is yes, maybe yes for no-claw, but no for suspected no-claw. So you may have two answers. So we just need to think of that.
Thank you, Amarjit. And Ken, I think that, sorry.
No,
Go ahead.
Sorry, no, if we are looking for a specific response to no-claw and suspected no-claw, there has to be some way of dealing with that. Otherwise, it may really get mixed up. But I will leave it to your judgment.
Thank you, Amarjit. Of course, the staff will take this back for reflection. Maybe something in between, keeping it one question, but making some reference to the possible need to separate the responses or to make any specific mentions with respect to any of the situations. No-claw, or you'll see what you can do, okay? Mark, please.
Thank you. That exchange sort of leads me back to 4D. And it's not just for this regulator's one, but it's for the other ones, for PAOs and others. And that is, we've got, no, there are provisions in relevant law or regulation that, or a different ethical framework that are similar to the IESBA no-claw provisions. Actually, we should just say that address no-claw, because we're asking people to say whether there is an alternative framework in their jurisdiction. I think if we're asking them to evaluate whether that framework is the same as the IESBA no-claw provisions, we're asking them to do another thing which may be overcomplicating things a little bit. And I think, given Ken's intervention there about no-claw and suspected no-claw, we sort of get into a bit of a sort of difficulty of sort of angels and pinheads, and if we could sort of try and simplify that, it would be helpful.
Well noted, Mark. We'll take that into account. And Amarjeet, I also wanted to come back on one of the comments you made with respect to obtaining pre and post NOCLAR data, which is very relevant as it forms sort of a benchmark threshold. When the project team and the board advisors were developing this survey, we kind of went back and forth with respect to explicitly requesting such information. And that's because pre-NOCLAR, we're talking about 10 years ago. We're not so prior to 2017 data and compared to post 2017 data, and mindful of sort of the balance of requests for data spanning almost possibly 15 years or more. What we've done in this survey is to request for data on an anonymized basis, but that's set out in question 13, which also talks about the effectiveness of NOCLAR. So maybe we can find a way to merge those two and also have that balance without overwhelming stakeholders as well with the data. Yeah.
Thank you, Cam. I don't see anyone else, so I think you can continue.
Thank you, Gabriela. Thank you for the comments as well. Question 11 speaks to legal protection. I think that's where we stopped. Question 12, 13, and 14 is around observed outcomes. I'm just going to pause a little bit and see if there's any responses here. And then the final question for the stakeholder group is any other comments or specific matters for the IESBA's consideration. Okay, then going on to the PAOs, we highlight, sorry, Amarjeet.
If you come back to question 14, so again, just a suggestion for some marginal improvement there. I am fine with the suggested answers, but do you want to also, help the respondent in terms of putting in some prompts? The reasons for not applying the NOCLAR could be lack of evidence. When you're saying please explain which provisions were not applied and why, if you want to add some prompts there in terms of the possible reasons, like could be lack of evidence, confidentiality issues, or some pressure from the client or management. I mean, that sort of just to help the respondent in ticking some boxes there. And also one very minor point on question 12, when you say observed outcomes as the heading, but the question deals with challenges. So do you really want to put it under that head? That too is the first question right after the heading. So that's just a drafting issue. Maybe it could go to a separate section altogether, because we heard about many challenges from Johnny. So, if you want to maybe create a separate section on challenges, the gaps, barriers, all that he explained, and we also have some feedback as part of our outreach. So maybe a separate section on challenges itself. So thank you.
Thank you, Amarjeet. Back to you.
Thanks, Amarjeet. So as indicated, done with the JSS, which is part B. Part C deals with professional accounting organizations. Similar questions as highlighted above. The changes in wording is just highlighted in yellow, just to address it specifically or tailor it to those specific organizations. So I think there's a hand. This is Obi.
Obi Chukwu.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Project Group, for the good work. My comment is on 4A, where we're asking for 4A, where we're asking for provide information on effective date, provide links to local nuclear provision or specific announcements. So my comment is actually on 4C rather, where you have details, asking for details. So just to encourage people to participate in this survey. If we ask for too much details, like we really ask, provide links to the local nuclear provisions and specific announcements. Okay. Okay, maybe there's a part that has details. But I think it's part, maybe it's the other part that has details. After asking for the links, we asked for details. So I was wondering why we did that. Then another point I have for this part B is 4D, where we're asking about the significant differences. 4D. No, there are provisions, relevant law or regulations, or a different ethical framework that are similar to IESBA nuclear provisions. Please describe any significant differences between the local and the local nuclear provisions. So I was wondering why we're asking for significant differences. Since the answer we're asking them is, we're expecting is if it's no, you're not doing it because you have a similar provisions. What is the value of now asking for significant differences? I don't know if you get my point on that.
Thank you, Obi. Jean Okam.
Yeah, thanks, Obi, for your comment. Maybe we'll start from the latter question with respect to asking why was describing significant differences, and that's in 4D. I think with the change that Mark suggested at the beginning, where we're asking for provisions and laws and regulations that address NOCLAR in a separate ethical framework, then the ask to describe any significant difference that will flow quite nicely. But I get your point, as drafted, similar to the IESBA NOCLAR provisions, then we're asking about significant differences seem like a bit contradictory, but with the change suggested by Mark, it should flow quite well. In terms of the balance of asking stakeholders for too much information, that's definitely a challenge throughout this survey, because we are asking for information on cases, reports, etc. With respect to the adoption and implementation, we did ask for these it's almost as a evidentiary basis in terms of when was it effective from. For example, some jurisdictions may not have actually adopted it since some jurisdictions may have adopted it later, post 2017 effective date. So this information all helps us better understand the adoption status in each jurisdiction.
Okay, thank you, Cam. David, please.
Thank you, Chair. So maybe I'll just give a couple of points to the very first section, and maybe it's a clarity point. So where you say, for example, at the very top, when you give basic information, you have name, organization, email. I would suggest that we don't make public the email addresses of people. It's one thing to do the organization and the name. So just, it's not clear that we don't, but maybe that would be something for us to make clear as part of what we do. The other thing that I would encourage us to do, just from a process perspective, if someone does give confidential information about a particular case and they forget to check the box on confidentiality, maybe we should build in some kind of check back with them to make sure it's okay to disclose, because otherwise we could end up having people fall into a whole lot of hot water inadvertently. So just, that was a couple of points at the beginning. But on this part in particular for PAOs, under support, one of the things I was thinking about, and it's come out through some of the work I've done with PAOs over the years, is what members actually use. And one of the things that they have is less about a help desk for technical questions. It's more about an ethics hotline. So I think we need to think about the naming convention for things because most members would know it as an ethics hotline or a member support hotline or something like that, as opposed to a help desk, which they tend to think of as an IT thing. So that was one thing I just wanted to highlight as well. Same, I don't know how many actually have a whistleblower hotline set up specifically. The 3 that I'm part of don't, but they do have an ethics hotline that you can call for members. So that was on question 6 under other support. On question 8, level of understanding, I actually think a more helpful question might be, how do you assess whether or not your members have an understanding? Because that's also come out as part of our broader discussions around whether members are aware of some of the requirements, some of the guidance, and it's becoming clear in some cases they're not. So again, I'll speak to some personal experience. I know that when certain things come out, there's a concerted effort by the PAO to make mandatory certain things because they're that important. No CLAR, I haven't seen it be mandatory in any of the associations I'm part of. So then it leads me to wonder, are members widely even aware of it from that perspective? So just think maybe a little bit on that level of understanding is perhaps a more helpful question. How do you get comfortable that your members understand it as opposed to do they, which is yes or no? So I just wanted to point out those couple of things because I think as I'm thinking about that, it might be more clear or easier if one were using their phraseology or ones that members would be more familiar with. And that, by the way, copies down to the PAIBs. So I'll save me the comment there. But then the second thing is how do they actually know?
Thanks, David. In terms of the, taking on the naming conventions, and it's going to be each jurisdiction or member PAO might actually have a different name for it. But in terms of the how the organization has assessed the overall understanding, what we intended with the please explain the basis of for your response was really to get to that how. So what is the basis of you saying yes, no, or somewhat, etc. But we'll take a look at it again because
yeah, it's a fair point. I'm just not sure that they'll automatically go to explaining the how. It's just yes, because we've communicated in the newsletter. But did people actually read the newsletter? Were they required to take mandatory CPD? You know, so it's almost pushing a little bit further.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, David. And that brings us again to the topic mentioned earlier today about the knowledge that about about the standards, but about this standard in particular. So thanks for raising it. Jean, please. Oh, sorry, Vanya, I hadn't seen your 10th card.
Thank you, Ken and Jen. This is a project that is very important for me because, as you know, Brazil is listed as non-complying with NOCLAR in this sense. And then I was thinking about the observation from Obtuku, and yes, I think you should keep the questions there, but just suppose that the jurisdiction said, we do not comply with NOCLAR because we have a similar regulation here in our country that covers everything, so it would be a surplus to make NOCLAR. You must have enough information to evaluate that and realize if it is true. As opposed to that, let's suppose that the jurisdiction states, no, I don't use NOCLAR because the local regulation prevents it. The use of NOCLAR will be opposed to what we are expected to do. In any way, you must be able to evaluate the answer and the position. I understand it's much more related to the SMO from IFAC exactly, but I think it'd be useful for you to have this additional information in order to properly evaluate both a situation and the other.
I agree, Vanya. Otherwise, we will be relying on answers yes or no, and not knowing exactly what are the grounds for those answers. So thank you, John. Kim.
Thank you. So going on to a unique question for this specific stakeholder, the next two is the first one is around enforcement and the second one around appropriate authority. So the first one is, does organization enforce the local no-cloud provisions? Don't know if there's any comments on this question. And then the second one around the appropriate authority, does organization have the authority to investigate no-cloud or suspected no-cloud that is reported, and yes or no, and to provide details around that as well. Great, so going on, so the next set of questions as mentioned is exactly the same as that on the JSS. It's highlighted in yellow just for the differences in phrasing. I'm going to scroll slowly and here see if there's any other comments related to the specific part for this stakeholder. Going on to the next one is around for regulators and oversight bodies. Exactly the same. I'm going to scroll slowly through the questions. We'll pull through those that relate. If there are any specific comments around for regulators. See Amajit's hand.
Yeah, just one very quick point on the previous set of questions on enforcement. Sorry to take you back. A very marginal point. Just go back a little. Yeah. On enforcement, if you want to also ask the period while you're asking for providing the details, maybe since when, if you want to, since the adoption of no-cloud, perhaps, if you want to put that also, that will be more specific in terms of the period that we are looking for. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Amajit. Then continue with part D that deals with regulators and oversight bodies. I'm going to scroll slowly through and see if there's any other comments. There's also the section on enforcement and appropriate authority. I'm not sure Amajit's hand is still on.
Whether we have Amajit, do you still want to share any comments? Okay, but we have Obichukwu, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So I still want to comment on enforcement, but for the PAOs, which might be the same thing with this section we are on. So under the no answer, I think it would be good if we add, if you are not enforcing, why? So that we can understand if there, we can also gather the challenges that they are facing in getting implementation. If you also add, why are you not enforcing? Thank you.
Thank you, Obichukwu. Jean?
Thank you for that. I just went back. I just understand correctly, you referred that to the PAOs, not under the regulators. Okay. Continuing on to data collection and analysis under regulators and oversight. Amajit.
Just one observation on the, this is not a comment on the question as such, but part A and part D, all the questions are same except for two questions and for good reasons. So jurisdictional standard setters and regulators in some case may be the same. So I think we'll have to emphasize that they will have to fill out both the questionnaires in case they are wearing both the hats. Other option is, if you want to simplify, you could perhaps combine the questionnaire for these two stakeholders and maybe just indicate that wherever applicable, you could also answer these two additional questions.
Thanks, Amarjeet.
Yeah. Am I clear? I mean,
Yes, very clear. Thank you, Amarjeet. In terms of specifying that stakeholders do have to respond to the stakeholder group that is applicable to them, which might be more than one, that is put up front. But taking your point, and I think Chana raised it a little earlier as well, for the questions which are the same, we can probably see if they can just answer it once, unless the response will be different wearing a different hat or something within that organization, but point well taken. Thanks.
Thanks, Cam. Sorry, just want to scroll back under regulators. Sorry. We did enforcement and appropriate authority, data collection analysis, effectiveness of provisions, legal protection, observed outcomes, and then other comments. The next one is around accounting firms. So just create.
Sorry, Jean.
Sorry.
John, please.
Cam mentioned earlier that this is an area where jurisdictional norms are really important. And at the very beginning of accounting firms, you say that if you're part of a global or regional network, respond on behalf of the network. I think you might need to reconsider that a little bit, because the answer in my organization is going to be different in Brazil to it is in France. And it's going to be really, really difficult for the regional and global firms to respond on a consolidated basis. I completely understand the desire to avoid duplication, but actually to get meaningful information, it might be an area where you actually need them to respond on some level other than for the whole of PwC globally, or pick your network of choice.
Well, thanks for that, John. Not easy to solve, but I get it's a valid point. Okay, thank you. Cam or Jean, I don't know. Sorry, I hadn't seen your hand up. Obichukwu, please.
Thank you, Chair. So my point under the accounting firm is, I think that we should include a question that addresses specific provisions of the NOCLA in the code. Example, section 360.20 to 21. Because that is a challenge. I think we need to hear from them specifically, even though we're doing an open approach, so that we not influence answers. But there's still some things that we know are challenges, like when it comes to further actions needed. That is where sometimes the challenge is. The further actions you need to do, which sometimes, if it's not carefully managed, will create friction between the audit firm and its clients. And many audit firms will not like to be in that position. So from my experience as having worked in one of the big fours, I know that, and even for small and medium practices, that could be a challenge if you fall into a position where you actually need to take further action. So I think it's very important that we include a specific question, especially under that further action. What are the challenges? Or have you faced challenges in this? Or have you, I don't know how to structure the question, but I think we should put something very specific to their experience, what are experiences under further actions needed, your challenges or something like that for the accounting firms. And also on this trend, I think we should have a section for PABs, for professional accountants in practice, in public practice. They should have their own session, because if you're responding for an accounting firm, you'll be speaking in respect of the accounting firm. You're not actually, you might not actually be free to say what you think, because you're saying the position of the firm as a collective. So I think we will get value if we create a session for professional accountants in public practice so that they can answer as individuals. Thank you.
Thank you, Obi. In terms of the sort of the practical experience and the challenges, including reporting the last step, the reporting to appropriate authority. We've endeavored to cover that in the questions under the firm section under questions 10 to 14, and specifically question 13 on the challenges. But we'll take a look again to see if anything can be further clarified. I think I heard you say also providing a little bit of context by referring to the specific NOCLAR provisions in the code. Am I correct? Did I hear that correctly?
Yeah. Yes, I was referring to section 360.20 A and 260.221A. Talking about when, okay. So if you can just make it specific instead of making it a blanket statement, just go to that area, because that is an area that if, for example, the Caribbean scandal, if that area was addressed, it would have limited the public interest impact that scandal caused. So I know, let me say, I think that is a very big challenge, because it has to do with your client relationship if it's not carefully managed.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Obi. Ken.
Yeah, no, I hear you, Obi, and I would just caution the board in being careful not to sort of try to lead the witness. We want this survey to be as open as possible, and respondents might be interested in providing input on any and all provisions in the standard. And we might have certain perceptions colored by what we've seen and heard about certain particular NOCLAR cases that would have happened in specific jurisdictions. But I would just really caution in just trying to funnel responses down a particular track, because that might potentially be a distraction, because we want respondents to really look at the standard holistically, give us all the feedback that they would be prepared to share with us and this board in particular, but not try to sort of hold their hands and try to steer them down a particular path. They may well want to comment on the particular provisions you have highlighted, Obi, I would say, and if they do that, absolutely, we'd welcome their feedback. But I would just caution in trying to single out specific areas in the standard, because questions can arise in like I say, any and all parts of the standard.
Thank you, Ken. Continuing with the accounting firms. So the first one is around adoption status. There's a specific question to the global networks that's been added at the bottom, which is different to the other sections. Guidance and support material. Level of understanding, both by auditors as well as by non-auditors, the consulting and the advisory sections of the firm. Practical experience, questions 10 to 14.
Luigi, please.
Yeah, thank you. I noted here that there is a significant difference between the previous four type of questions and questionnaire and this one and the following one, the sixth one. And basically, while before we were asking information to understand the application, to understand the system, how it works, the procedures, and so on, in order to gather information to have, let's say, an assessment on one side and information on the other side about how this process and this provision had been applied. Here we are asking about examples or, let's say, details. I have at least two areas where I'm concerned here. The first one is the type of response here may also depend upon the level of which the response is prepared, whether at network level, global level, or whether at jurisdictional level. And this would be very relevant in terms of gathering information, because probably at global level, you do not have such information. And at jurisdictional level, and this is the second reason, it will depend about whether it is possible to disclose this information, because sometimes in many jurisdictions there are prohibition for the auditors to mention or to disclose certain information. And sometimes there are laws and regulations that require the auditor to immediately communicate to authorities without any possibility to inform anyone else. So we may encounter these type of situations. And again, third matter, I don't think that there is any need, in my view, to ask details of specific case if we are to assess whether the provision has been effective or not, whether there are changes in the provisions. And the risk here is to have a yes/no response without any details, because I don't think that there is the possibility for an auditor to provide many details about these type of things without violating confidentiality or other rules. So I would recommend to review this entire section and not to try to identify details, but instead to identify whether the system was effective or not, and which are the challenges, which are the reason why it was not effective.
Thank you, Luigi. Nancy, please.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe echoing Luigi's comments and perhaps going a bit deeper. Some of these yes or no questions are even could be indicting of the firm and their response. And so I think we have to be very careful about, how we're asking a question that may lead somebody to believe that the firm has not complied with the standard. So while it may seem, driving to getting an understanding of meeting, the compliance and the objectives within NOCLAR, I want to go back to comments that I think Mark and David have made, and I think Obuchekwa might have as well, is really driving to what are we trying to understand through this survey. And I think what we're trying to understand is what are the challenges to compliance with NOCLAR and meeting the fundamental objectives of NOCLAR, and where there are challenges, what can be done to help the profession in overcoming those challenges. And so I think to Luigi's comment, if we can revisit these questions in the firms section in order to answer those questions and drive to those answers, I don't think specific data is necessarily going to drive you to that. And if anything, I think it may drive to detailed analysis that may not actually reflect where the firms are having challenges. So the confidentiality issue here is, I think, a very, very real one. Many of these matters are dealt with in firms, are under privilege, and are dealt with by attorneys. And so I think what you may actually find is by asking these questions is that firms may not respond at all because of the concerns about breaching confidentiality or other concerns. And I think David even raised the question is, what happens if you get a firm that just inadvertently provides confidential information? I think that that's a risk that we should be avoiding putting these survey respondents under. Thank you.
Thank you, Luigi and Nancy. We'll see how to address those concerns. Maybe I was thinking that including something like as possible or when possible, provide more information. And then there will be on the firm to decide if this is possible or not, if this goes against the confidentiality duty or whatever. So something that did not remove completely the possibility of bringing more information, but that does not make the firms feel obliged to do so in responding to this. I don't know, just thinking as I listen to you. And I think that John wanted to speak, no? No, it was my fault. Chana, please.
No, just going back to a point Obichukwu made earlier about accountants in public practice. So some accountants in public practice might read and say, if they are particularly a sole practitioner, that this might not be applicable. So maybe in the introduction in Part E, you could sort of make it clear that accountants in public practice could respond under this section rather than creating another section.
Thank you, Chana. Mark, please.
Thank you. Just listening to the discussion, I share the concerns over asking for practical experience. I wonder whether the answer is because what we're actually looking for is to get insight as to how effective the no-CLAR provisions have been. And just sort of jumping forward a bit, there's quite a useful question, question 11 in the PAIB section, which talks about which of the provisions have you found the most challenging to apply. I think that's probably something that would be a fair ask, and it would be quite helpful in informing what we might do with the PIR and get away from the concerns that John and Luigi and Nancy and others have raised about the dangers of this inadvertently requesting information that would breach confidentiality obligations. So I wonder whether that's it, and that helps us to better address, are there measures that could make the standard more effective?
Okay, thank you, Mark. Chana, do you want to? No. Obichukwu, do you want to speak or? Obi? No, I don't think so.
Yes, please.
Oh.
Thank you very much. Yes, please. Thank you very much. So still on the confidentiality issue, I agree with what Nancy and Luigi said. I was thinking that we can include under such section that your information will not be disclosed publicly. Like we generally said that it will be disclosed publicly. Under such sections, we can include information provided here will not be included, will not be publicized. I don't know if that can help.
Thank you, Obi. Amajit, please.
Just a suggestion here to deal with the issues that have been flagged. And while I have sympathy with the concerns, but can we find a way around where the specific details are not disclosed because of the confidentiality issues, but maybe the number of instances which have been noticed and raised as part of no-CLAR compliance, or maybe just the broad generic nature of the issue without going into the specific details. I think that could be the middle path here.
Thank you, Amajit. So you will see the best way to address this concern and the possible solutions that have been provided here. Thank you.
Yeah, just to echo Gabriela, thanks we have received advanced comments on this section as well, and Luigi and Nancy, Mark, your concerns have also been noted, and thank you for the suggestions to find some sort of middle ground and to get such information as well. We do have a little bit left in this survey and another part of PAIB, but I'm recognizing we're at 12:30. So Chair, maybe I want to ask if we want to pause here or continue for a bit, or yeah.
I think it's better to pause because we never know how much it will take. Sometimes the small pieces are the ones which take more time. We never know. So I think it's better to stick to the schedule and stop here. And we'll be back at 1:30, 1:30 minutes past the hour. Thank you very much. I wish you a good lunch. And I hope to see you soon again on the screen, knowing that some of you maybe will not be able to join in the afternoon, but I'm so sorry for that. But you'll have the opportunity to have a briefing or see the recorded session later on, or, well, any way of catching up with this. So see you in 1 hour. Okay, welcome back. I hope you had a great lunch. And let's go back to finalize the analysis and discussion around the survey for NOCLA. Cam, Jean?
Thank you, Gabriela. So we're still on the accounting firm sections. We're still discussing the practical experience. So for the rest of the accounting firms parts, the questions are similar to those of the other stakeholders. So just scrolling through and see if there's any other comments on the remainder of this part. Wonderful. Going on to part F is the professional accountants in business. You'll note there's not a question around adoption specifically as for the others, but it jumps directly into the guidance and education materials. So starting off with question 4 and question 5 about other support, queries and questions, integration into the internal framework, level of understanding.
Sorry, Jean, I see that David wants to make some comment.
Thank you, Chair. So on this section, I would encourage us to put a question in to actually ask the question whether or not no-CLAR applies in their country, because there's a presumption, but it's not actually in the beginning section. So somehow we need to make sure we're addressing it, because if they answer no, then the rest of the questions become obviously not relevant for them, but it would be helpful, I think, to determine that up front. On question 4, what might be helpful just to help steer the way they're thinking about this is to say, for example, materials could have come from their accounting organization, they could have come from the regulator, or they could have come from accounting firms themselves who create a lot of the material that gets used. But somehow, I think it would be helpful to understand where the guidance and the educational material comes from for this group, because then it helps us understand who some of those influential partners are in the ecosystem in terms of really connecting. So I was just thinking about that as I was reading through. On the other support, so just reference the comment I made a little bit earlier, there, what they would be thinking about would be their professional accounting organization. It would be the regulator, so some kind of whistleblowing hotline in a regulator, or their employer. But even within their employer, typically, again, it's some kind of anonymous reporting line that they would have. So those would be the 3 sources that they would tend to look at, so internal versus external. The other one is where you've got inquiries and questions, number 6, specific provisions in the no-CLAR provisions. Will they actually intuitively know that? Because again, they're not familiar with the IESBA code, so somehow we need to give them a steer. You might, I don't know if we want to link and say, look, this is the one that's set internationally, but you need to confirm with your local body, because that's what they would know, as opposed to the IESBA code. So just think about how we can help make that smooth, and that they can understand what we're actually meaning by that without necessarily replicating everything itself. Similar when it comes to integration into internal frameworks, I'd be really surprised if you get a single response that says this has been built into any corporate environment. If they work for example, an accounting firm, they happen to be the CFO of an accounting body or an accounting firm, then I could see the answer being yes. So this one I think will be quite interesting is if it applies in their country or their jurisdiction, how that translates into what their employer actually does, because that's who we're targeting here around that as well. And similarly, for question 8 on level of understanding, how will you assess that? Because they can just say yes or no. And I'm not sure that that's a helpful answer in terms of assessing genuine understanding. So I think the suggestion that Mark gave a little bit earlier around some of the challenges might be a better way to answer this question around understanding rather than just yes or no as a question itself. Okay, practical experience, I mean, that was okay. The rest I was actually, I think, fine with, or similarly 11, which specific provisions did they find challenging? Same question. Give them a bit more context so that they know, again, where do I need to look and what do I need to be thinking about when I answer this question? And again, the challenge, I think, in this group particularly is going to be their familiarity with local PAO codes versus the IESBA code. As I mentioned a little bit earlier today, it's becoming, I think, a really interesting, albeit unsurprising, level of insight that when we're talking to PAIBs, they're much more familiar with their body code. And even then, there are some challenges around that as well. So I think somehow we need to think through how we accommodate enough, but not customize the survey for everybody because we can't. But you need to be able to somehow bridge that gap. Otherwise, I think the feedback we get will perhaps not be as insightful as we would like it to be. So I just wanted to give that feedback on the PAIBs because it's a rather unique group. And I think engaging them will need a little bit, perhaps, of creativity because we haven't engaged them as extensively before. So they don't have that backdrop. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Reactions or?
Yeah, all very helpful suggestions. So in terms of providing a little bit more context of linking the IESBA code to the local code, perhaps this can be achieved when overall we're going to add a little bit more context to each of the questions as to what objectives the actual no-CLAR provisions were intending to achieve. So through that, maybe we can link a little bit from the IESBA code to the PAO code. And we'll add that question on the like if the jurisdiction has adopted no-CLAR for sure. Yeah.
For the suggestions and the detailed analysis of this part of the survey, not surprisingly. I think we can continue. Sorry, Amajit, I hadn't seen your hand. Amajit, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just one quick comment on PAIB. So to my mind, a larger issue also is in case there is a senior finance professional who's a CFO, but not a public accountant. And in that jurisdiction, no-CLAR has been adopted. We would be missing out that community who are non-PAs. So I'm just wondering whether it's possible to expand the ambit of the people we are covering under this section.
It's a tough one because the no-CLAR standard is actually targeted towards the PAs, so the non-PA community really wouldn't have experience with the no-CLAR provisions per se. Maybe they have faced no-CLAR before, but not in the sense of our PIR, which is focused on the no-CLAR provisions in the code and whether or not it achieved its intended effect. So it'd be a little challenging to include that part of the community into the survey. Yeah.
Okay. We can move.
Thank you for those comments. Just continuing on professional accountants and business, just scrolling through the last part, 3 questions: effectiveness of the provisions, legal protection, and other comments. So the last part of this survey deals with other users or beneficiaries of the code. I'll go through question by question because these are not different sections. So the first is whether they are aware of local no-CLAR provisions.
Sorry, John, I see that Tomoyo wants to speak. It's already about this part. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so for this respondent, I think they are not so much familiar with IESBA and maybe less knowledge about no-CLAR. So if we put this questionnaire at the last of the survey and just sending out, I can't imagine someone respond to this. So what is the plan to promote users and beneficiaries to respond to this survey? And of course, I think so. Putting this at the last of the survey, I think it's not a good idea. And I think we need more explanation about the relative section, what the no-CLAR requirement, and more ask in detail, like what we did with the joint survey, maybe more examples, not like easy, but more concrete expectation, what kind of answers we expect is required for these respondents. Thank you. as a general comments.
Thanks, Tomoyo. And we'll take the geography of the section and also providing more context in terms of the questions into account. It's not necessarily the last portion of the survey because when the survey is actually out, this will be a specific portion just for this user group. But in order to disseminate this survey to the specific user group, so we'll also have plans to probably go through the user advisory group that was just formed. And there's other institutional groups as well. There's investors on the Stakeholder Advisory Council, and there's a PIR session on there. And then we'll also have to do some targeted and focused, connection with investors and other users as well. So this is the beginning of the plan. Thanks.
Thank you, Tomoyo. I agree that this is going to be challenging, very challenging, and so that we may need to make an additional effort with respect to having this feedback from these respondents, even providing probably more context, or otherwise the context that Mark mentioned initially that should be provided should be really comprehensive and clear to make it fit for this group and of course for the others, but having in mind mostly the ones who don't know what very much, or in some cases nothing, about what you're speaking about. What will be useful for these ones will of course cover the others. So we don't necessarily have to tailor, but maybe consider doing something which really provides the necessary context for the responses. Mark, please.
Yes, it's in a similar theme. So if I look at the questions in this section, I can sort of see why I'd want to know a view on question 8 and question 10. But I'm not really sure whether the rest lead us there. I think, yeah, the numbering's gone a bit awry, hasn't it? Because it sort of follows on, it doesn't. But like, for instance, the question about how effective have the following stakeholders been, I doubt people would have a clue. So I think that unless this section has something that's sort of pretty high level and overarching, like that one about what further efforts should IESBA pursue, and any other comments or specific matters that IESBA should consider, I think that that's probably accessible. I'm not really sure whether we need anything else, given that these are just other users or beneficiaries.
Okay, Mark, any other comment? So I think that the concern around the table is around how much this group is going to be able to provide feedback. So I think that it's a matter of recalibrating the questions, or maybe make them some of them more high level and open, in case they are able to provide some information, but assuming that that is not going to be the case in many situations. So a little bit of work to be done here. Any other comment? So please.
So maybe if there's no other comments on the specific sections, we can go on to the next survey. Just want to.
Yes, can you, of course, Jean, can you just tell the board what the next steps are?
I just see Amarjeet's hand just went up.
Okay, Amarjeet, I'm missing your hand all the time.
No problem. No, just one quick comment, and not on this section G. I was just wondering about, are we missing, the perspective or the feedback from the people who are responsible for corporate governance? We heard earlier in the presentation that this piece is linked with the levels of corporate governance that exist in the jurisdiction. So, for example, the audit committee or the board, the corporate boards, once the NOCLAR has been escalated by by the public accountants or the auditors, how it has been dealt with, how it has been remedied, or what action was taken. So that is important to judge the effectiveness, the overall effectiveness of the provisions. So I'm just thinking aloud, are we missing that piece? And if so, can we build it in some manner, either by way of a new section, although it's already heavy, or maybe in some manner we build it into part G, where you have other users, and also it would be helpful to indicate what could those other users or beneficiaries of the code may be. Otherwise, it is very open-ended, and who do we mean by other users or beneficiaries? So, in short, can we get the perspective of those who are in charge of corporate governance, corporate sector representatives, industry bodies? I'm just thinking aloud, but I think the team can think about this. Thank you.
Thanks, Amarjeet. In terms of who are the users and beneficiaries of the code, we've given examples, and to your point, it includes those charged with governance, and that's upfront in the survey in part A, in paragraph 2, where the respondent has to signal what respondent they are. In terms of a specific question with respect to if audit committee member or those charged with governance has received reported no CLAR and what to do, we can certainly see how to incorporate that, balancing the recalibration of all the other questions that based on the comments of the board just now. Thanks. Oh, and in terms of, maybe I'll take this opportunity to also respond on next steps. So what we'll do following this session with the board comments on the no-CLAR survey, and shortly with the board comments on the restructured code survey, the project team will be meeting. We have already met with the board of advisors during this lunch, and we'll have another meeting tomorrow lunch. And following that, we aim to circulate a turnaround version, both surveys, to the board for your any final comments, etc. And then on the Thursday, based on that draft and any other additional comments, we'll seek the board for approval for these surveys. But the board should be expecting a turnaround draft of both surveys, ideally on Wednesday. So before close of business and before lunch is our aim. Okay.
Okay, noted, Cam. So thank you very much for this very good discussion, and thank you very much for the good job that everyone did in going into the details of this survey. It's not going to be an easy thing, but we need to get the most out of this survey. So we need to get it right, or as right as we can. As we saw from the outreach in Asia, this is not a topic about which everyone is able to speak in depth or broadly, or in some cases it's simply ignored. So it's going to be a bit challenging, but we are doing what we need to do and what we were required to do, and having some clear information about this, how this is moving, and what else we need to do in light of the conviction that we have and that stakeholders have, that this is extremely important. I think that we will get it right. Now, John, sorry. Oh, hi, sorry, I'm so sorry.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair. So I would like to make an overarching comment. So my understanding is that this survey focuses only on the respondents that have adopted no-CLAR. However, for the purpose of the PIR, I think it's important to understand the reason why some jurisdictions have not adopted no-CLAR, as well as how many jurisdictions have not adopted the provision. Even in cases where adoption has not yet occurred, discussions may be underway, and such information would also be valuable. This point applies equally to the restructured code. Thank you.
Thank you, Yohei. Thank you very much. So we can now move to the next survey on the restructured code. And Jean, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gabriela. So going on to the restructured code, it follows a similar framework as that of NOCLAR. So it starts off with an introduction saying to which the survey would be, to whom this would be applicable, to those that has adopted 2018 or later code, noting that Part 5 is out of scope. Similar wording as that of NOCLAR. So I'm just going to scroll slowly through to the next part around the confidentiality. It's confidential unless specifically requested. And then there is also some specific survey instructions as well, noting the different parts of the survey, which is demographic, general information, and some part C and D about usability and clarity. And there's also a link that will be included similar to NOCLAR to provide an overview of the structure and the drafting enhancements. Part A is just around the demographics. I'm going to scroll through there slowly. There's any comments around that section. And then jumping on to part B. So as you will notice,
Jean.
Can I just one sentence before going to the respondents? We did include some information boxes in the different parts, which is something that we will pull through to the NOCLAR as well. But this is just different to the structure compared to the NOCLAR.
Thank you very much. David, please.
Thank you, Chair. So on the first question where it's set up and it talks about the 2018 code, and I won't speak to all of the constituency groups, but specifically PAIBs, they honestly will have no idea what we mean. So I think somehow we need to, rather than referring to a particular edition, because they won't know, remember, all they know is what's in their PAO, because that's what they're required to follow in country. So we need to think about some of the wording for that type of group where they won't have the familiarity. Maybe it's different for regulators or PAOs themselves, because obviously they're much more intimately familiar. But that was one of the first things that jumped out for me in the all respondent section. So I think we need to be mindful of the PAIB group when it comes to the all section questions, because the more detailed we get, or the more we refer to a particular section of the code, the less familiar they're going to be with it. They won't know what we mean. So I just wanted to perhaps provide us a reminder so that we keep that in mind. Granted, other groups are different, but this one is quite unique.
Thank you, David. I think that the issue that was identified for NOCLAR in a different way also applies here, because some of the respondents may not know anything about the code have been revised and these things. So I think that we need to provide more context about what happened before and why we are doing this survey. And I think that this requires a little bit of a narrative before the survey, because otherwise it may look very dry and people get like, what are we speaking about and why? Tomoyo.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding the comment period, so the difference, 30 days difference between NOCLAR and NOCLAR and restructured code, is there any reason for that? And like I remember we agreed about timeline last time, but reading through the materials shared this time, the whole agenda for this, it sounds quite burden. So yes, and so maybe there may be a chance to consider the timeline again, like, and maybe if we do the NOCLAR survey first and get some feedback, that may help to consider the restructured code size. So this overlapping and making 30 days difference, then why not separate the data period totally? So I thought there may be such option. So the first question is, what was the reason of the response period difference? Thank you.
No, thanks for the question, Tomoyo. Because just rewinding the clock a little bit, when the board decided to launch both these PIRs at the same time, the restructure code and NOCLAR one, it was for efficiencies and to see how we could reach out to stakeholders at the same time, and also in terms of just going through the survey. And so that's why at this juncture, we are developing these surveys at the same time, et cetera. But why the 30 days longer is essentially the NOCLAR one, we feel stakeholders might need a little bit more time to gather information on the various questions. It's a little bit more complex, whereas the restructured code one, you're either using the code or you're not, and we give the 90 days. We're also cognizant of the various surveys and consultations that are out across the IESBA and IESBA. So these have been staggered to allow some time for stakeholders to respond to. Yeah, in terms of issuing the NOCLAR survey first, then then issuing the restructured code one, I guess it's up for the board to decide. But what we had decided in the beginning was to issue them at the same time for efficiencies, and we just allow a lag for stakeholder responses.
Thank you, Kam. Yes, I remember we discussed this at the last time, the timeline, but again, whether all the board members are fine with this schedule, looking into the actual survey questionnaires, the length and such kind of things, maybe it's better to review the timeline if it makes sense, or that's not feasible.
No, it's not feasible because the timelines have been agreed and coordinated with our colleagues on IESBA. That's a challenge for us. So the board agreed that in December that the staff teams would coordinate the releases of the different surveys and consultations and what have you. And the schedules that we put together actually were very precisely laid out. So that's, I think, the difficulty for us is if we change dates of issuance and the exposure period, etc., that might cause some issues on the IESBA side.
Okay, thank you, Ken. So, but again, I think I imagine that we may give the audience an impression that many surveys coming at one time or again and again. So how to communicate, how to launch will be, I think, very important in that case. Thank you.
So Tomoyo, your point was more about starting it later or extending the deadline for the responses.
My suggestion is to look into the timeline again, and at that time when we agreed the timeline, we didn't know what kind of questionnaire survey it will be, how long it will be, how challenging it will be to respond. And now we have the draft of the questionnaire, and whether the current timeline makes sense, maybe we can review once again. Was my survey, but if that's not the case again, we should communicate carefully and do it in the right way. Thank you.
Yeah, we can certainly communicate and I don't know whether remind is the right word, but point back to the news release that the two boards issued early January in conjunction with the release of the joint strategy survey, and point stakeholders to the combined schedule of the releases that we have posted on our two boards website. So when we issue the surveys, we can again remind all stakeholders that the timelines were coordinated closely with IESBA.
Thank you. So continuing on part B of the survey, that's applicable to all respondents and was general information. So question 12 deals with the adoption status. We've received some comments already. Don't know if there's any others. Then the next set of questions is split whether you're responding as an individual or as an organization, and the questions are the same, structured the same kind of sections, but it's just phrased a little bit differently. I'm going to pause, John.
Thank you. Where it says for organizations only, I think that means for professional or for PAOs. Or is it intended to be any organization? In which case I'm slightly confused by that, because the first question is, well, which guidance or material says your organization issued? So that is not just PAOs, that's a firm, which is an organization, it's a company, that's intentional. And why is that different to the structure that we've used for the other survey, where we're distinguishing between PAOs and firms separately?
So we tried to combine a lot of the good question. We tried to combine a lot of the questions together for the restructured code. There's only a couple of questions, and
okay.
Yeah, fair point. We can take a look and see how we can make it a little bit more consistent.
Okay, David, do you want to speak?
Thank you, Gabriella. I would actually echo the point that John made, because when I think about organizations, and I think the example was just given about a business, I can't think of a single business, now granted I don't know them all, that's actually adopted the IESBA code. So I think it would be helpful here to define what we mean by organizations that would have either adopted it, produced material around it, because I think it'll be more limited than just a wide net here. So I think John's point is a really important one.
Thank you, David. Ken, please.
No, I think this is, we can easily address this with the project team here. So instead of a very broad title of for organizations only, we can come up with something like for organizations that have adopted the restructured code, and then you don't need the non, or maybe you do, I mean, but you can leave that on. But you can narrow basically and be a bit more targeted in terms of which organizations we're trying to address here.
Okay, thank you. Amajit, please.
Yeah, thank you. So just one quick point on question number 13. I'm just wondering if we can expand the scope of the question a little bit. Right now, the question is only seeking the details of the programs that the organization has developed or issued, and one might tick all the boxes there. So can we go beyond and also ask what are the areas where additional guidance was required? I think that will give us a better understanding, because you may not get access to all the details of the programs or the guidance that has been issued. So if we can ask what are the specific areas where additional guidance was required, so that will give us a little better understanding. Just expand the scope, that's a suggestion.
Thanks, Amarjit. Question 15 on the increase in questions was intended to do that follow through from the guidance and materials, but we can certainly expand the question a little bit up top just to get a little bit more information up front. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. John, back to you.
Thank you, Gabriella. So following on the guidance and materials, there is other support and inquiries and questions with similar types of questions that are those addressed to individuals, noting the comment previously on organizations. Don't see any other comments. Then going on to part C, that goes about the usability and clarity of the language and their responsibility. This is also applicable to all respondents, with some brief background provided in the boxes as well in gray. Question 19 deals to the building block approach and previously as little building blocks approaches described to provide context. Question 20 is around the guide to the IESBA code. Question 121 deals on whether it's clear that each section has that a professional accountant has a responsibility to comply with the fundamental principles and apply the conceptual framework. The next one is I'll pause.
I'm just getting in before you. I think this would be a real missed opportunity if we didn't better target some questions more around the scalability point, because I get a lot of incoming about the fact that standards, be they ethical requirements in the code, be they auditing standards, whatever, are designed with public interest entities in mind. And we talk a lot about scalability, but if you're a small or medium-sized entity or you're a small or medium-sized auditor, you may struggle. And I think that it would be a good opportunity to demonstrate that we're thinking, not just about and we ask a question about the distinction between a pie and a non-pie, but I think it's also the scalability point about dealing with very large and actually dealing with smaller and medium-sized entities as well. So if there's a way we could do that, I think it would be enormously helpful, because certainly we get a lot of noise about it. And this would be a practical opportunity for people to say, well, this is what we think would help in terms of applying the code in a scalable way.
Thank you, Mark. David.
Thank you, Chair. Mark's comment just reminded me of something that we heard very recently as well. We might want to think about how we address it, or if we address it. So one of the things we heard, for example, which was really interesting, is the code is used for two distinct purposes. One of them is enforcement, so regulatory, whether it's PAOs or others. And the other one is more about the wider stakeholder group that have to use it, that can encourage it, that have to apply it, whatever the case may be. And some of the feedback that we heard was, because those purposes are very different, the language needs to be very different. And as a result of that, I think it's fair to say now, so far, I mean, granted, this is early feedback, so we'll see in the months to come if this plays out more globally. But there's one constituency group, for example, that really does favor the way the code is written today, the language that's used, how it's structured, because for them it's very clear, it's easy to enforce, there's no ambiguity, right? So one of the examples that was given was, we often have to consult with lawyers on this to determine, can we actually enforce this in a particular fact pattern or circumstance if there's been an issue. Whereas another group that we were talking to have a very different reaction, which is we find it difficult to maneuver through, or we find it challenging. So somehow I don't know how we ask the question to understand a little bit more clearly, what constituency groups are finding the restructured code helpful and effective, and for what reasons. And for the group that perhaps find it less helpful, or groups that find it less helpful, what is it they find unhelpful? So again, when we kind of look at it and we take forward then, well, what does that mean to what we do as we go forward? Under the SMART pillars, what does that look like? So it's a bit of an extension of what Mark said. I just remembered that there was this two very different views, and they don't necessarily lend themselves very well to each other, if I'm quite honest with you. But somehow I think we need to get a bit more context and color around that. And this might be a great way for us to be able to do it, because there's a natural question that's being asked. It might be a helpful approach. So just wanted to provide that feedback as well.
Okay. Thank you very much, both of you, for those suggestions. Jean, please.
Thank you. We'll take those into account. The next one is regarding the requirements and the application material. There's a little bit of a write-up and description around that. and asking the question around the approach of delineating the requirements and the application material, whether that's clear and whether the professional account of the firm's obligations are as well. That's question 22. 23 is respect to performing audit and review engagements. Does a code approach also delineate the requirement that applies to public interest entity client and non-public interest entity client, and whether that illustrates scalability in the code? I'll stop here. Yeah, I see Amajit.
Yeah, so just one quick point on the distinction between requirements and application material. I'm just wondering if you want to check and include a question on the balance between the two. Something on the lines of is there any area from the application material which sounds more like a requirement, or the other way around, or there is something in the requirement which is over prescriptive and should rather sit in application material than in requirement. So if I'm just thinking in case you want to check that out, so there could be a question to that effect as well, just to check the balance between the two. Thanks.
Thank you for the comment. Okay.
Yes, thank you, Amajit. And I'm just reflecting on where this question might lead us. And I would maybe caution the board as to what it is asking for and what it is wishing to hear. Because the question about the balance between requirements and application material essentially is going to the heart of the particular standards. And some stakeholders might come back and say, well, we think there are too many requirements. You should just delete in many of the shards. There are 10 requirements in this standard. We think it's overly skewed towards requirements. We just need two requirements. The rest can be just guidance. So I think the aim of this exercise is not so much to evaluate the level of prescription, if you will, to the different standards. It is more about the usability and the understandability of the standards as they are embedded in the code. And that's a matter of structure, and that's a matter of drafting. It's a clarity, it's a usability, it's an understandability. If the board wanted to go into particular standards and asking for feedback on how different requirements have been implemented in practice, I think there is a time for that. And that's going to be for the PIRs of the different standards. We have, for example, a PIR on the non-association provisions that's in the strategy and work plan. We have PIRs on the group audit independence requirements. We have PIRs on the non-action services provisions. There's one on fees as well. All of these are lining up. There's a bit of a pipeline of those PIRs because these were significant standards that were issued over the last, I would say, 5, 6, 7 years. So I would just caution the board about really sticking very close to the aim of this PIR and really focusing on the clarity, as I say, the clarity, the usability, the understandability of the code as it is.
If I may, Ken, I think that's a strategic choice, and I'll go with whatever board decides. But I was coming from the description given in the box, which gave a sense of some blurring between the two. But I do take your point. I mean, we don't want to get into a space where people ask for reduction of requirements. I mean, that the question may prompt them to say so, and I agree with that. So that's okay if you don't want to do it.
Okay, thank you, Amajit. David, John, please.
Thank you, Gabriela. Going on to question 24, talks about the responsibility to enforce compliance with the provisions. And it talks about the clarity of language and readability. Question 25, is the language used in the code clear, readable, and understandable? And question 6 talks to around translate, whether it's easy to translate the code. Question 27 is just other comments, inviting for other comments relating to the structure and drafting of the IESBA code.
Thank you. David, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just something that just came up that I was just thinking about, John, as you were reading through the translation. I was just thinking, the translation, I assume we're getting at there is language translation, right, into other languages. But I was wondering about the translation into digital form. So as more and more organizations, do we want to look at whether or not the code as it's currently structured lends itself to digital translation as well? Do we want to start perhaps introducing this concept here? Again, might give us some good insight and things to think about as we look to make ourselves more digitally agile in the future.
Thank you, David. John?
Thanks, David. Going on to part D is the last section of the survey, clarity of the responsibility. It deals with the independent sections of the restructured code, which is part 4A and part 4B. And the question is to specific stakeholder groups, whether if the individual is a PAPP or a firm or a network firm, and whether the responsibility in relation to independence is clear. So those are those 3 questions. And that's the end of the survey.
Thank you, Jean. So is there any other comment that any board member would like to make with respect to this survey or both surveys more generally? Okay, this was quick. On your side, Jean, Cam?
No, nothing from, we still had a slide on the timeline, but I think we, because Tomoyo already raised sort of the comment period, so I think we've covered that already.
I'm a bit concerned as well, but you know that that was my concerns. I think that I understand, of course, we have organized everything and coordinated everything with the PIOB, with IESBA. Still, I think that if there is any possibility of extending the deadline, that might provide a little bit more incentive for stakeholders to respond, if that does not impact, of course, IESBA's deadlines as well. So just to say, Tomoy, that I think I understand, we understand your concern and your intent, which is to make sure that we provide necessary time for respondents to contribute.
Thank you, Chair. I have another comment separate from the timeline. Regarding the restructured code, my largest concern is why the adoption status of IESBA code is so fragmented when I see the IFAC adoption map. And I'm not sure whether that will be clarified by this survey or that is that the intention of this survey? Because in Japan, we fully adopt the code really diligently. When other countries are not, then what's the meaning of the global standard is my really simple question. Thank you.
It's a very important question, Tomoyo, and we know that there are some comments about that lower level of adoption, namely compared to IESBA standards. I think that I have some responses, but I see that Chana, who has been around for a long time, also wants to say something. So before I respond, I'm going to give the floor to Chana.
Tomoyo, I think you have to take the IFAC information with a grain of salt. I think the information is not that accurate. And we already found out with a few jurisdictions that it's not accurate. I mean, I think I'll use New Zealand as an example. It said New Zealand is using the 2016 version of the code. That's not correct. New Zealand are on the right version of the code. So I think that information has to be taken with a grain of salt, and that information may be wrong.
Yes, that's not the only example, because as we have been working more intensively and going a little bit deeper in terms of adoption and implementation support, we have been facing some significant number of situations where the information that we get is different from what is there. And we're not blaming anyone, because we know that it is difficult to update all this information all the time. But I remember just some examples. Last year in Mexico, we realized that Argentina was taken as non-compliant, while they are in a much better compliance situation than others that are considered compliant. Vania mentioned Brazil, and it was good that we had that discussion in Brazil, because we realized that it was the situation was different. So there are that information has to be calibrated, because it's not always updated as we need to be. And before I continue, I'm going to give the floor to Ken, because maybe you will say a few things that I don't need to say.
Yes, yes, and we will come back to this matter, this topic tomorrow as part of the ANI workstream, I would say, because what I've asked the project team on ANI is to come back to the board in the next 3 to 6 months with more comprehensive adoption information relative to the code. But I think more broadly, the reason why there's a difference in terms of adoption rates tomorrow between, for example, the code and IEESB standards is simply because when it comes to ethics and independence standards, how jurisdictions approach the adoption of those standards is very much different from how they approach the adoption of the ISAs, for example. For the ISAs, jurisdictions tend to adopt the IEESB standards as a whole en bloc in one piece, whereas in a number of jurisdictions, when it comes to ethics and independence requirements, there may be different bodies in the jurisdiction that have different responsibilities with regard to the adoption or the promulgation of ethical requirements. So just to give you an example, in Mexico, the local professional accounting body that is a member of IFAC is a professional body for auditors only. So it has adopted only the requirements that apply to auditors. It doesn't adopt the part 2 requirements, for example, for PIBs. In other jurisdictions, there are different bodies that are responsible for different, let's say, parts of the code. I mean, to take the UK as an example, the UK FRC is the body nationally that promulgates the ethical requirements for auditors, for auditor financial statements, not the local PAOs. The PAOs deal with ethical requirements for their members outside of auditor financial statements. So again, it's different bodies that are responsible for different adoption tracks, so to speak. But I think additionally, one has also, and maybe that's a point that we have tried to socialize to the board previously, but it is an issue that we will further discuss with the colleagues on IFAC in terms of how they are documenting the status of adoption. There is a potential issue that we've identified, this from a staff perspective, regarding how the concept of adoption is defined from the AFAC perspective, because the label of adopted is assigned to a jurisdiction if that jurisdiction has adopted the standards that are in effect when the assessment of adoption is done. So if a jurisdiction is 2 years behind the currently effective version of the code, it will be designated as a partial adopter. And that's, we believe, doesn't quite reflect the reality of what it should be. Because if a jurisdiction is an adopter and will embrace the code, but by the mere fact that because the national due process takes time, just labeling that jurisdiction as a partial adopter, we don't believe actually fairly reflects the adoption status of that jurisdiction, because it is an adopter. It is simply by virtue of the fact that, well, it has to translate the standard, etc. And China is one such example. I think based on the data that IFAC has documented, China is considered a partial adopter, but actually China is a full adopter. And it has provisions, in fact, that go beyond or over and above what is in the code. China has certain definitions, for example, that are stricter than what we have in the code. So all to say is there's a lot of discussion to be had with IFAC in terms of how it is approaching documentation of the adoption status of the different jurisdictions. And there is from this board's perspective, it may be a matter of concern, I would say, if I can put it that way, that whatever information is put out there has or should reflect the reality of what jurisdictions actually do, whether they have in fact made a commitment to adopt, and if they have made a commitment to adopt and they have demonstrated that they are adopters in fact, and because of the, like I said, national due processes, etc., they may be a little bit behind where the current code is. To actually characterize those jurisdictions as partial adopters doesn't quite reflect the reality of it. And in fact, there have been, let's say, questions around whether the reason why adoption rates for the code are lower versus, let's say, the adoption rates for auditing standards might be something to do with the standards themselves, as opposed to other reasons. So that's why I think it's going to be important for our team here on the ANI working group to really look more deeply into some of those questions and really try to get to a common understanding as how to approach the documentation of adoption.
Very clearly, the comparison between the level of adoption of the ISAs and the IESBA standards has to take into consideration a significant number of factors, starting with the nature of these standards. We are speaking about ethics and independence. So by nature, it's much more difficult to not only to adopt and implement, but to assess the level of adoption and implementation because of the nature of the standards. Secondly, the PAOs are most of the jurisdictions responsible for this adoption and implementation. So it's worth also bringing them into this discussion and asking about their role and about how they are playing their role and etc. And thirdly, what we have seen over time is a different approach in terms of support to adoption and implementation to both set of standards. And if you take sustainability standards, which is the most recent one, as an example, if you look back, the level of support, and not from us, of course, because we are not in charge, but from those in charge with respect to this standard was basically almost inexistent. So, I mean, there may be a difference in terms of the level of adoption and implementation that should not at all trigger any conclusion about the nature, the quality of the standards or the standards themselves being the reason for that situation. This said, of course, the IESBA and we all are completely open to assess if here and there was in the past any issue with any standard and take the lessons from it, of course. We don't do everything right. I just think that the reasons and the factors determining this different level of adoption, which, by the way, as Chana said, has been taken with a grain of salt because it's not exactly like that, needs to be well understood and not inadvertently driving conclusions which I don't think stick to the reality. But thank you for raising that, Tomoyo. I'm always very happy when these questions come to the table because this is the right opportunity to discuss things and clarify. And if there is anyone in this respect that has any concern or anything to add, please do, because I think these are the opportunities that we have to discuss all these, also these strategic things when they come to the table. So. No more questions, no more comments. Jean, are you satisfied with what you have and what you will bring back to do a little bit of work over the next few days?
Very much so. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, I'll be coming back.
Wonderful. That allows us to stop on time for the break. And in the last part of the afternoon, we will start doing a deep dive into what has been the work on the farm culture and governance, which will continue tomorrow. So we will break now and reconvene in 20 minutes. So 15 minutes past the hour, 2:50, we will be back to the room. Thank you very much. Hi, welcome back to this last part of the first day session. We will now start discussing farm culture and governance. This will continue tomorrow, but for today, sorry?
It won't continue tomorrow.
Okay.
So we end today, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought that we still had a few things for tomorrow. But anyway, this is an ambitious plan, I would say, in terms of the what we will cover now. It's an update mostly, but it's a very rich update. I think that it should take the board members to comment, suggest, ask questions, because this is the opportunity before the next board meeting to discuss anything that you may want to discuss in respect to what is going to be presented. Basically, the board will receive a feedback from the outreach in Asia, which I had already the opportunity to mention. We covered a lot of topics, not only FCG, but it was a very rich experience in terms of collecting feedback from very different groups in different jurisdictions about this project, but also an update about the intense work that has been done by the staff and board advisors since the December board meeting to put in action the ambitious outreach plan that the board accepted and agreed with in December. Just a brief context for that, as you will recall, we were exploring since September the best way to approach stakeholders about the FCG viewpoints. There was a clear objective from this board to make sure that we will get the best information, data, evidence, feedback, etc., from the different groups of stakeholders. We explored since September, and then we decided in December to do it in 4 different ways: the institutional, usual, regular meetings with institutional stakeholders, focus groups with GPPC, small and medium practices, and with regulators, leadership conversations, calls, and discussions with the firm's leadership, and a simulation exercise. All that has been requiring a very, very intense work planning and while putting this in practice. You will have seen that, and I have already mentioned it as well, that during the Asia outreach, we also launched the FCG dialogues when we were there, but we also launched the FCG newsletter, which or the Asia dispatch, which was mostly about what we were doing in Asia, and that then it more recently turned into this farm culture and governance dialogues newsletter, which aims at ensuring that there is a continuous connection with stakeholders until we, as we had for a decision in June. So I will not, for now, say anything else, but give the floor to the project team who has been working very, very intensively. Cam, Laura, and Joanne, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Gabriela. And we have a couple of slides as well. As a brief reminder, in December, the board did approve a package of documents, and these documents have been used for further outreach, including the Asia outreach with questions at a high level to gain feedback. And so the package that was accepted by the board in December included a contextual piece that set out the background to the IESBA viewpoints on each of the 8 elements of the FCG framework. There was an overarching piece to explain the interlinkage between the 8 elements, the actual IESBA viewpoints on each of the 8 elements, and then furthermore, a document explaining the linkages between ISQM1 and the viewpoints, including in the appendix illustrative comparison of 2 of the elements with the related ISQM1 material. So the project team here and also the board advisors, so that's Chana and 2 new board advisors as well, Hector and John, have met once during this quarter to touch base on where we are with everything, and also second time with the IESB board advisor for coordination purposes. So we'll go through that as well. Now, without much further ado, we'll run through the agenda as Gabriela highlighted, and I'll pass to Laura.
Thank you. So following the IESBA's acceptance in December last year of the viewpoints and the other materials that Cam just mentioned, all these materials were released in the form of a briefing note in January this year, which coincided with the kickoff of the FCG dialogues, which started in Asia. Just to remind everyone, the purpose of the firm culture and governance dialogues is to engage with our stakeholders, to raise awareness about the viewpoints, to stimulate discussion about this project, and also to involve them in the decision process regarding the future FCG framework. Hence, like Cam also mentioned, the briefing note that was released in January also includes some questions for stakeholder engagement that we used for the Asia outreach and that we will also be using for the outreach that we're planning for the upcoming weeks and months that we'll talk about in a few moments. And these questions for stakeholder engagement, they pertain essentially to 3 main topics. One, the benefits of having a firm culture and governance framework. Second, its location, and the third, its content. And the results of this wide outreach exercise will be presented and discussed by the board in June, along with a proposed way forward regarding the FCG framework. Okay, so the Asia outreach on firm culture and governance that took place during 2 weeks in January, it was done as part of a wider engagement effort in this region, and it covered 3 jurisdictions, Singapore, Malaysia, and Hong Kong. And it also covered, like Gabriela mentioned, various IESBA activities. So this was not an outreach specifically focused on FCG, but it pretty much covered all IESBA projects. We did have specific sessions for firm culture and governance. We engaged with a variety of stakeholders, with firms, with professional bodies, with regulators and investors. And it was essentially the first time that we started socializing the viewpoints. So in terms of feedback from this Asia outreach, that you can pretty much find as an appendix to the cover note to this meeting, but I'll just highlight a few of those main points. So first of all, there was an overall support for having a global baseline on firm culture and governance. There was a recognition of the importance of this project and the initiatives in protecting firm value and firm reputation. There was also support for the whole of firm approach, because focusing on audit practice would not be appropriate or sufficient, because things that might happen in other service lines, they might affect the audit practice as well, and the respective clients and the firm reputation. There was also support and recognition that the tone set at the top by the leadership or by leadership that acts ethically is very important. But also that the 8 FCG elements that we've previously identified, they do work together, which is a point that the IESBA also makes in the briefing note in the overarching piece that the board discussed and accepted last year. Another point is that scalability and proportionality are priority areas, especially for smaller firms, which showed some concerns about additional regulatory burdens and whether this exercise might end up as another compliance checklist. Sorry. There were also some questions about the added value of the project, considering the existing standards, both in the IESBA code and in ISQM1. We also still received some questions about the root causes of the project, the cost-benefit analysis. These were all discussed with the respective stakeholders. Regarding the content or the possible content of the future FCG framework, there was a very clear preference for principles, for having practical guidance and examples via non-authoritative material instead of prescriptive requirements. With regards to the location of the framework, there was also a very clear preference for the framework to be outside the code for voluntary adoption, which would allow for more flexibility regarding adoption and implementation. We've heard also some concerns about how to measure the FCG elements and therefore how to prove compliance with the framework. In terms of this option of having the framework outside the code for voluntary adoption, some of the downsides that were raised and discussed were that one, its enforceability would be more challenging, and two, how can we ensure meaningful compliance and meaningful adoption if it's just for voluntary adoption? And at the same time, even those that advocated for the framework to be outside the code were conscious that this might not be a perfect solution because local regulators might still apply it in a mandatory way. And finally, we received some suggestions for stakeholders regarding phased approach in terms of authority of the framework. For instance, some ideas that were floated were starting with a voluntary framework outside the code, and after some time assess whether there are advantages of moving it inside the code. And a second idea of a phased approach for the framework would be to, for instance, making it mandatory for certain service lines first, for instance, for the audit practice, and then later consider extending it to the other service lines in the firm. And I'll pass it to Joanne now.
Thank you. So now looking forward to upcoming outreach. In this slide, you'll see a summary of the outreach and dialogues that we have planned over the next 3 months. And earlier, Gabriela summarized the 4 different forms of outreach. So we have the institutional meetings, the targeted meetings, including the focus group meetings, the senior leadership meetings that Gabriela, Ken, and Chana have been having with the GPBC and other leaders, as well as the simulation exercise. So the objective here again is to engage with our stakeholders, to involve them in the decision process of a future FCG framework. So starting with the first column on the left, the project team will continue with our regular institutional stakeholder meetings, including meetings with the SAC and JSS. In addition, we are organizing a number of more targeted engagements, as shown in the second column. So the project team has organized 3 focus group meetings that will take place in late March and mid-April. These meetings will include representatives from SMPs, regulators, and GPPC firms. And each meeting will be a virtual half-day session and will focus as Laura said, on discussing the questions included in the briefing note, which we have coming up in the next couple slides. And then following the focus group meetings, we will have a multi-stakeholder meeting to bring together the representatives of the focus group meetings. This will be a forum for the different stakeholder groups to interact with each other, and it will also allow the project team to analyze the focus group feedback and clarify any questions that we may have on stakeholder views. In addition, the project team has planned a meeting with the IESBA IESB UAG, the user advisory group, and we're anticipating that the meeting will happen around mid-May. Finally, the project team has arranged simulation exercises on the viewpoints with two firms, a large firm in the UK and a medium-sized firm in Dubai. These simulation exercises are an additional avenue to gain deeper insights into how the two firms might contextualize and implement the viewpoints within their own firm environments. And Cam and the two external facilitators will explain the simulation exercises in further detail in the session. So going back to the focus group meetings, here we have the questions from section 2 of the briefing note that stakeholders will be sharing their views on during the focus group meetings. And Laura summarized this earlier on, where we'll basically be asking questions on the benefit, location, and content of the framework. So this first question focuses on the benefit, asking stakeholders the potential benefits of having a global FCG framework that would be applicable across all of a firm's service lines. The second question is about the location, so asking stakeholders about the implications of the location of the FCG framework, asking about the impact if the framework was inside the code versus outside the code. And then the third question focuses more specifically on the content, on the IESBA viewpoints. For each FCG element, the stakeholders will be asked which viewpoints could evolve into key enduring principles of the framework, whether the viewpoints are clear, implementable, and proportionate, and whether there's anything that may be missing that should be included as a key principle. And then finally, we have a fourth question asking stakeholders whether there are any additional considerations or perspectives that the board should take into account. And then alongside the outreach activities, the comms team, so Rui, Jolt, and Jake, have been supporting the project through several different initiatives. For example, as part of the FCG dialogues, we have recently launched the first newsletter in what is anticipated to be a series of monthly newsletters. So the newsletter includes sections such as Leaders on Culture and Governance, which includes interviews with such leaders, In Action, which shares example practices from firms, Exploring IESBA Viewpoints, which shares highlights from the viewpoints, and What We're Up To, which provides developments in the FCG project. And again, the comms team and the FCG project team have been working closely together on these initiatives. And then with that, I'll hand it over to Laura to cover the next slide.
Thank you, Joanne. So regarding the coordination between the two boards, and as a recap of what we've done and what we've been doing since last year, the output of the coordination in 2025 was materialized in a paper that is, like Cam was mentioning earlier, an appendix to the briefing notes. And this paper highlighted the high-level linkages between the IESBA viewpoints on FCG and the relevant provisions of ISQM1. This paper was developed in response to requests from both IESBA and the IEESB, and as well as our stakeholders. And it does recognize that there is an inherent relationship between ethical culture on the one hand and the system of quality management on the other hand. However, it is also important to note that this is not a like-for-like comparison, especially because the viewpoints are not a standard like ISQM1, and they're not even the final framework, FCG framework. They're simply a tool that that the IESBA is using for stakeholder engagement. And importantly, there are also essential differences between the two instruments regarding their objectives, their scope, and their output, as well as the focus on ethics and ethical culture. And so, as you might remember, for illustrative purposes, this paper includes an appendix that analyzes the linkages between the viewpoints on two FCG elements, which are ethical leadership and incentives and disincentives, and the relevant provisions of ISQM1. At the December 2025 meeting, both boards agreed to complete this analysis, making the respective analysis with the remaining 6 FCG elements. And therefore, the coordination activities in the first quarter of this year were focused on doing this work, completing that analysis. And we expect to have it done by hopefully the end of this month. And so the tables on the remaining 6 elements will be added to the existing paper and the existing tables. And the paper that is online will be updated accordingly. The IESBA team also met recently with the IEESB team, the respective board representatives and staff supporting team, also to provide an update of the activities that we have been developing since December last year. And I'll pass it now to Campbell.
Thanks, Laura. And as Joanne mentioned earlier, we have engaged, we have FCG simulation exercises that will take place later on in April and possibly May. So we've engaged an external consultancy firm, Live Both and you'll see both Christine and Enrique on the screen here, and you'll hear from them in a little bit. But the purpose of this FCG simulation really is to gather deeper insights as to how a firm might contextualize and implement the IESBA viewpoints in their own respective and unique environments. And so along with the insights from these 2 simulation exercises and also the insights from the FCG dialogues, the focus groups, etc., all this information will be analyzed, and the objective really is so that when the board comes back in June, we will have a set of options, proposals, recommendations, and analysis of what makes sense for the board to consider the way forward for a FCG framework. And so maybe Christine and Enrique, welcome to our board meeting. And perhaps at this point, I'll ask Christine and Enrique to share a little bit about the FCG simulation exercises that you've been planning for us. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Hopefully this is appearing for everyone. And I first just want to say thank you for this opportunity to hear the overall discussions that you've already had today about firm culture and governance. We intend to add meaningfully to those conversations through this short presentation. As mentioned, I am Dr. Christine Schaefer, and I am the founder of Live Both And. Together with my business partner, who you will hear from in just a moment, we provide professional services to purpose-driven organizations that are navigating complex challenges. Our work is global, and we really focus on the people side of complexity. And of course, a key component of that is culture. And that's why we are just so delighted to have this opportunity to work with IESBA and with the Firm Culture and Governance project team. You've already done so much, and you're continuing to do that work, as everyone just heard. So our piece of this is to complement that work with bringing forth additional rich data through intense participatory activities that some of the more traditional approaches just might not surface. And so this is a different way to approach this. Before we get into the examples of activities and some driving questions and things like that, I am going to turn it over to my partner, Enrique, to tell you a little bit about our overall approach. So Enrique, please.
Thank you, Christine. I'm Enrique Martinez Gonzalez, and as it was mentioned, I'm a principal with Live Both And, happily working in this project. And I want to introduce the prototype labs, as we have called them, by bringing to you a frame in terms of how we are thinking about them. So I'm going to talk about a culture in context approach. And I was very happy to hear talking about the global baseline, because if you look at that line on the screen, I want you to imagine that that is indeed the global baseline that that IESBA is pursuing currently. And if you think back about the high school days, a line was defined as an infinite succession of points. But in this case, I'm going to ask you to consider that that line has a finite number of points that you can see there through that magnifying glass. So at one level, at one altitude, those points are the global firms that abide by the IESBA ethical code. That's one way of looking at it. But there's another way of looking at it, which is that if you imagine that that line is a single firm, let's say firm X that has perhaps 200 people. So each one of those dots would be one person working in that firm. Anywhere from the most senior executives to the operations people, maintenance people, facilities, everyone in the firm, because culture operates at both the firm level, but also at the individual level. So that baseline now is showing that if we see those points as individuals, in an ideal situation, every single person would be on that line because every single person would be on the baseline of ethical behavior. But we can see that there are some alternatives to that. I don't know if this is possible, but perhaps some people are above that line, which means that they're even more ethical than they should be. Again, if that is possible. But other people might be not quite on the line, maybe a little bit below. And yet other people might be even further down below, which means that their behavior is not what it should be in terms of ethical considerations. Again, from time to time, we would see people that are way down, meaning that their behavior is deeply, deeply unethical. And for those of you thinking, well, that thing on the screen is a really unethical firm, I want to tell you that it is just a collection of episodes. Obviously, the ideal, like I said, is that everyone else will be on that line. But if they're not, that red surface that you can see there, we are calling the ethical culture gap, which means that difference that sometimes happens between what ethical behavior should be and what it is. Because there's one way to define ethical behavior, which is theoretical, we could say, and there's one way, which is how that behavior happens in real life. So at the prototype labs, as it was mentioned, we are there to collect context-rich data in the cultural environment of the firms we will be engaging with. We call this the data and insight collection stair. And if you look at the first rung, the rung at the bottom, you can see that we are going to start from the current framework with the current elements and viewpoints. That's what we will introduce in the labs on day one, because that's the starting point. The labs are rooted in the host firm's culture because, as it was mentioned, one of the firms is a large firm in one part of the world. The other one is a smaller firm in a different part of the world. And that richness in culture setting is what is going to give us a richness in data. The labs would be in person, in context, and driven by participation. We are not there to lecture or to assess or to evaluate. We are there to lead the participation of the people who understand the culture where they belong. The labs would be discovery-oriented with an emphasis on critical thinking and using imagination to imagine better futures. And we want them to be a psychologically safe environment as well. They will be driven by generative data, which means that we don't bring outside data to work on the labs. We collect it there and we bring it to the space, and that's the data that we use. And finally, we were going to have two different labs, one in the morning, one in the afternoon, but they will have an identical agenda. One of them would be for senior leaders, one of them would be for managers. And by having an identical agenda, we expect to collect a broader range of data.
Thanks, Enrique. And I just want to say that that agenda that Enrique is describing, it is underpinned by very specific objectives, some overall objectives for the lab, and then specific outcomes for various groups. So to highlight just a few that you're seeing here, objectives overall for the lab are really to get at that place of getting data that will allow the elements to be evaluated, the associated viewpoints, look for those areas that might need some strengthening, and importantly, get at the practical use of a potential framework. For you, for the IESBA board, the outcomes are, again, the data to really point to those places of strength, maybe some gaps, what risks may be present that didn't come forward in other ways. How could this potential framework be applied in real situations, etc. So we have very specific outcomes and objectives overall for you. And then also for the firm and the participants, we don't want them to feel like they're just research subjects, but that they're actually getting something out of this as well. So we have designed it in a way that the firm itself gets to promote innovative approaches and can offer this as a professional development opportunity to the participants. And so for the participants, they do have that sort of wonderful benefit of shaping some of your work through the data that they're supplying, but also help them see their role in shaping their own organization's culture. So we intend to employ their communication, collaboration, critical thinking skills, and give them that opportunity to sort of engage those in ways that they might not typically. And we look forward to that as a benefit for them. In terms of what the lab is itself, how do we accomplish all of those things that we're saying we're going to accomplish? Well, we have an approach that we call the 3E approach. It is expose, explore, and experiment. Before I get to the E's in particular, though, I do want to note that in each firm, we are in essence doing 2 labs because we will have 2 groups of participants. One group will be senior and near senior level leaders. The other group will be managers and staff. And so each group will have about 20 participants. We need that size for the participatory activities, and we'll get into those in a moment. But each group meets for just 3 hours a day for 3 consecutive days. So that means just 9 hours per group, which means we need to be on point with our time management to generate the results that we intend to generate for you. So what we're showing here are just some examples of the ways in which we might organize participants and put forth activities for them, as well as what might be some of the driving questions that underpin each of our E's. So day 1 is expose. This is that opportunity, as Enrique said, to really introduce the participants to the 8 elements and their associated viewpoints. We may, for example, divide the group in half, starting with the 2 sort of overarching elements and their associated viewpoints. Really dig into those. Then we'll further divide the group and go into maybe, for example, the 6 groups to look at each one of the remaining elements and viewpoints. As this work is being done, you see some of the driving questions there. You know, are the terms consistently used and understood? What feels essential in what's being offered? What might be missing, etc. So this first day, this first set of activities is really to dig into what exists as is. As we move into the second section, Enrique and I will take the data, the things that we've learned from this day, and shape and fold that into how we approach the next day. And I will let Enrique tell you about day 2.
Thank you, Christine. Day 2 starts where day 1 left, and we will start with our group. And you can see there that the reason, I mean, we totally understand that it's a big ask to ask for a firm's senior leaders to spend all that much time with us. But you can see from the slides that it's necessary because the different configurations of participants is what will offer us the richness in data that we are looking for. So we will start probably doing a recap of the previous day. And what day 2 is about is to begin putting that initial framework and the discussion around the elements and the viewpoints in context. We have asked for a group that includes people from the different parts of the firm, the different lines of business. And we intend to work with them to bring their specific knowledge of their particular line of business, for instance, and work with them in multiple ways. For example, day two, we will start working with them independently, individually, because each person, once that the initial presentation of the framework is done, each person will have to reflect about their own situation in their own line of business, in their own part of the firm. So there could be instances of individual work. There could be then instances in which we divide the big group again into two, and then each one of the participants does small debriefings or even presentations to the rest. That contributes to the richness of perspectives and the richness of data. We will be collecting of that, of course, before we go to day three, which is the day where the testing will take place, what has been called simulation. But just to finish with day two, of course, you can see there some samples of questions that we're thinking about. We will be working on the specific agenda as we move forward. But as you can see by looking at those questions, these are questions that start to ask about the particular context within the culture of the firm.
Yes, and that does get us to day three, which is when that potential application of these elements really comes to life. And as Enrique said, all of this is still in design phase. We're sharing with you where things sit now. And I would point out that our driving questions, a little bit differently than maybe some of the roundtables and other things, those more traditional approaches, this isn't a matter of simply asking the questions and looking for the answers. The questions underpin the activities and they drive what the participants are going to be doing. So day three, when we talk about, simulation and what is this? Well, structured dialogues, for example, it's a specific construct. And in this case, we're going to ground those in relevant scenarios specific to the firm where we are located. We will have captured information from the participants, from an observation day that we're doing, et cetera, and put together scenarios in which participants will be role-playing specific roles to bring these various scenarios to life. Other people can step in and take over a role if they think that's helpful and going to move it forward, et cetera. And after each scenario set or after each simulation, then there's a debrief around that further conversation. Through that, we are taking in that data. How did this show up? How did it seem to apply, et cetera? And we intend to include in this last day a mock debate, if you will, to try to really get at some very key elements for your consideration as the board. We might, for example, divide into three groups, with one group sort of defending the position that, yes, we think that a firm culture and governance framework with these 8 elements will absolutely help us build, assess, and sustain an ethical culture at our firm, and this is how it does it. The second group may have to take the position that, no, this firm culture and governance framework idea with these 8 elements, it's not actually going to help this firm build, sustain, assess, et cetera, an ethical culture, and here's why we think that. And then the third group, they get a little more leeway because they get to take the view that, a firm culture and governance framework could actually be helpful. We think these elements are what would be helpful and why. So to really challenge people to take on that position, whether it's their personal position or not, really gives them that opportunity to think critically and work together. And we anticipate that the resulting data from that activity especially will be informative as all of them are across the days. So in a very quick nutshell, that's what our prototype labs look like. And I'm just going to stop there because we put a lot out there in a short amount of time. And I'm going to keep sharing the slides for a moment in case you'd like me to go back to any of them. But at this time, I just really open up the floor and welcome your questions. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Christine and Enrique. It's the first time that I have the opportunity to connect with you. Thank you so much for the support that you have been providing to this exercise and to the board in this project, and also for your availability to be here today. Be sure that even if we have not connected. I have been following the developments of this work and partnership from the start, and happy to be supported by you. Before I add a few things, I'd like to give the floor to Ken. I think that Ken wants to add something.
Very briefly, Chair, thank you very much. And I'm sure board members will want to learn more about the simulation exercises. But first of all, the firms that will be involved, Cam mentioned earlier that the large firm is going to be one of the firms in the UK. That's PwC London, for that matter. So that's going to be John's firm. And we have already had a couple of planning calls with John and his team in London. So that exercise will take place in the last week of April. I think April 27th or 24th is, the last week. The second firm is Baker Tilly in Dubai, and that's going to be the week after. Obviously, we are all, I'm sure, aware of the situation in the Middle East, so we're monitoring this very closely, but that's still about 2 weeks away. So our hope is that this will proceed subject to the conditions at the time. So just wanted to share that with the board as an FYI. And in addition, Cam and Joanne will be joining Christine and Enrique to observe the proceedings and to assist in whatever way they might be able to assist in case there are any questions around the viewpoints or any sort of support that Christine and Enrique might need on the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you to the project team for the presentation, clear and very effective and efficient, I must say. And thank you to Christine and Enrique for your presentation as well and your support. Let's now hear the board about this. But before we do, let me just a few comments on my own on this outreach phase to the FCG project. First, with respect to the Asia outreach, of course, Laura presented it in a very structured way, and I think that what we heard is exactly what was there. I would just like to add something more from my intuition and sentiments than factual, that I was very happy and we were very happy to see a very constructive feedback being provided by all stakeholders groups, some of them very enthusiastic and supportive, others probably not that much immediately enthusiastic, but still in this cases, what we heard was constructive feedback. Like, you could do this way, not that way, or you could take this direction and this and that. And this is exactly the kind of feedback that we are looking for. We have not made a decision. Again, I think I'm saying this for the I don't know how many times I've said it, but it's never enough, because sometimes some people miss what we say. We have not made a decision about what kind of framework this is going to be. And this is why we are undertaking this very extensive, comprehensive, in-depth, practical outreach. Still, not still, but that's why this constructive feedback at this point in time is really precious. And I'm just going to give an example. Laura mentioned the proposals for a phased approach and give a concrete example. We could start with the audit part of the firms and then extend it to the rest of the firms. But there were all other proposals also for a phased approach. For instance, why don't you start with a non-authoritative material, with guidance and after some time, if we realize that it's not working, that it's not being adopted, then we can move into standards, more prescriptive or more requirements. So we heard a lot of this, and it was very good to see that stakeholders were not focused on, or some stakeholders were not focused on just rejecting the project. On the contrary, but trying to contribute constructively to shaping the project as we move forward. And this is one of the comments that I'd like to make. Secondly, with respect to this set of outreach initiatives, the board was already on board, or we agreed on this project in December. Again, it took a lot of work, and I think it's impossible to imagine how much work this involved for the staff, board advisors, myself, in bringing this into life. putting this in practice, but the reality is that 3 months after everything is, on the road and moving. Still, very innovative approaches. I would like you to recall how we started these conversations. I think it was in September in Lisbon about possible field testing, simulation, hackathon. Well, we had a lot of discussions. There was a bit of a surprise from on the board side, but then I'm very happy to see how this board is able to move and to overcome some initial concerns and to embrace together collectively these very good new approaches, which are nothing but something that we are trying to set up, create, conceive, to reach out to stakeholders properly. And that's a commitment that we made last June to do what we can to be better in terms of how we reach out to stakeholders, how we collect the feedback, how we process the feedback. We wanted to do this before we make the decision. And this is something that we haven't done that many times, if ever, before. This intensive outreach before we decide what are we going to do. And on top of that, on this simulation, I must say that at the same time that initially there was some, I'll not call it reservations, but constructive concern about how this was going to be put in place. I think that we reached a very good compromise between keeping some kind of a traditional approach and innovating, and not going into any disruptive or risky approach to outreach. It was very much supported by some stakeholders. Some of them even offered immediately, and I'm speaking about regulators, I'm speaking about the firms, both groups, saying, count on us, we are here to help you and to participate in anything if you decide to do it. It was not obvious, it was not easy. Fortunately, we managed to count on the support of Christine and Enrique to organize this simulation, which is really an attempt to get concrete, practical, live feedback from two completely different firms, one big one, GPPC firm, one smaller one, but still with the dimension that we need for this kind of this exercise in two completely different parts of the world. And I hope that it will still be possible to do it in Dubai, given the developments after what we have decided in this respect. So again, even if this is an update, I think that I really hope that the board uses this moment and this opportunity to come up with some suggestions or any questions that you may have. Again, this is not an easy project. We are all aware of that, but if it was easy, it would not be for us. We do what we think that we need to do and try to do the best way possible. It's very innovative, as I mentioned at the start in my initial remarks, because it addresses the firm holistically, but also because it requires something which I think Christine or Eric in an indirect way mentioned, which is we are trying to address the most difficult thing to address, which is mindset, culture of the people and the firms, the stakeholders, and etc. This is about firm and culture and governance of the firms. But to address it, we need to address and we need to count on the culture and mindset of those who are dealing with this issue. So very conscious of all these specificities of this project, very determined, we all to do it the best way, on the best way possible and in the most professional way possible to better serve the public interest, which is what this is all about when we finally make a decision and do something in this respect. And I'll stop here, and I'd like now to hear from board members. Christelle, please.
Thank you, Chair. I had a question about the prototype labs. So as it is volunteers, and there is an expected positive output for the incumbents, the participants, both on organizational or individual levels. I was wondering if they are working with you on the selection of participants, meaning that as it is in a short time frame, you need people that are quick on the ball and have the right level of distance from where they are to get to somewhere else. So how do you work on the selection of the people who are going to participate above the question of two groups, level of seniority? Second question is the result of those labs going into the IESBA project black box, or is there any intention of sharing the opportunities and risks and positive and negative or issues that were raised during the labs for a public information? Is there any reservation on that to help have the right level of deepness, but eventually share? How do we want to share the output of that? That's my main questions.
Thank you, Christelle. I'll probably ask Ken or the project team to respond.
Yeah, I'm happy to respond, and maybe Christian, I'll ask you as well to come in with regard to maybe some of the specificities around the outputs from the labs. First of all, Christelle, to your question as to how the participants will be selected, this is really up to the individual firms to address. And John, maybe I put you a bit on the spot here, but without going into naming names, so to speak, but if you could just give the board a sense as to how you've thought about it internally from a PwC perspective.
Okay, happy to. We are in the middle of thinking about it. Yeah, I mean, it's clear that we want the participants to be people who hopefully are on the ball and who are quick thinking. We're absolutely not going to be staffing this with our lowest rated performers who are stuck in their ways. We're going to be picking good people. The ask is that we are going to have people from all bits of our firm. Yeah. So within my organization, that's audit, that's tax, that's advisory. It will be representative of all of them. Some of them will be people who, if we're really being honest, until they realize that they're coming to this, may not have heard of firm culture and governance. So they will have some distance and some objectivity. So I think that's important. But as of right now, we know what the ask is. We've had good conversations with the team. I've got people in the organization who are currently thinking about how do they identify the right people.
Thanks very much, John. And it's going to be the same for the other firm as well. So to your other question, Christelle, I would say in terms of the outputs, there will be a report that Christine and Enrique will produce for the board. It's going to be for the board's consumption. It's going to be for the project team's analysis as part of its consideration of all the information, all the inputs that the project team would have collected throughout the series of firm culture and governance dialogues. So that's going to feed into the analysis, the synthesis of the ideas, the options potentially in terms of how the project team might wish to propose to the board in terms of a way forward. And that report from Christine and Enrique will be made public, but of course suitably anonymized. We're not going to diverge any sort of internal firm, let's say, ways of operating that wouldn't already be public information. But Christine, maybe, or Enrique, I would ask you maybe to shed a bit more light in terms of how you're envisaging the outputs to be prepared and developed and shared with the board.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. So the report to the board, a part of the benefit of having two firms participate is that we really can provide that information in a way without someone saying, oh, so this is happening at this particular firm. We're just going to talk about the results in aggregate in terms of the themes that have come forward, capitalizing on those insights that we gain, et cetera. All of that becomes in a report that we understand going to the board. It does become that public document. And what's important is the data around the elements and the viewpoints, potential framework for your purposes. Anything that is specific to the firm, we have also agreed that we would offer the firm sort of privately, if you will, just a little analysis of what we learn. If some things should come up in the conversations or other things that we think the firm might want to know, and if they don't happen, the powers that be aren't in the room at the time, we intend to have a short debrief conversation with each firm at the end of the week, and then follow up specifically to them so that they do get that benefit. The very first day of the lab week is actually what we call observation day. And that is Enrique and I spending time in the firm, meeting with people who are, for example, in the non-professional services, because a firm's culture is built by everyone. So from IT to human resources, et cetera, people who may not be familiar with IESBA and the IESBA code in the same way, they still contribute to culture. And so we're going to gain insights from them, et cetera. That type of information, again, if it is useful for board consideration, will come forward without mentioning the firm. And if there's anything that we learn that would be useful to the firm, we will share that specifically with the firm. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ken and Christine. I'm now going to hand over to Nancy, please.
So I just have 3 general comments about this, maybe starting with, I think this sounds like a really interesting exercise. This is, I think, an opportunity to do a really nice deep dive, deeper than we probably will get through some of the other feedback opportunities that we have. So I'm looking forward to seeing what comes out of this. Maybe want to express just some things to consider, though, as this develops. One, I don't think we're going to likely get much information about scalability through this exercise, given the size of the firms. And I think if I understood correctly, the number of people that need to be involved, I think it sort of precludes a small firm from being able to participate in this. So I think we just need to be aware that the scalability question, I think, isn't going to probably be answered through this. And I think it's scalability, not just for size of firm, but also for the global firms that have various size network firms and how that scalability might work. I'm not sure what insights we're going to get from that. So I think we need to just be thoughtful that there may be a gap there in what this work may offer us. I know that the phrase data-driven was used several times, and while I certainly think the inputs we're going to get from this are data-driven, I would say that they're data-driven in the sense that they are representative of data that you would get from going to 2 firms. So, I think the ability to extract that as a representative population, I just think we need to be thoughtful that this is not a representative population. And again, there may be further gaps. I think it's probably going to be more enlightening on what doesn't work as opposed to what probably does work. But hopefully I'm incorrect in that thought process. But I do think we need to be aware that this is an area of data. We will be getting lots of data and need to think about it in the entirety of the context. The other thing I wanted to mention, it's a slight departure, but Gabriella, you caused me to think about it when we talked about potential for phased approaches. And I think it's probably worth starting to think about what we think effective looks like in an effective firm culture. I spend a lot of time these days, system of quality control, in thinking through that. And when in a control environment, you have preventative and detective controls. And do we have this notion that only a system that prevents unethical behavior is an effective system? I would argue that is not the case. I mean, it might be an ideal case, but it's not likely going to be possible. And so I think as we start to think about effective systems that both prevent, but also those that detect and appropriately respond, are equally effective. And that effective response is probably what drives part of that cultural engine, in that view that you can see how the firms are responding when unethical behavior is detected, and working through that. So probably not something that's going to come out necessarily through these prototype meetings, but I think something that we should be thinking about as we're defining what our ultimate objective is. Thank you.
Thank you very much for these good comments, Nancy. We are aware that 2 firms does not represent all the firms and all the population. And of course, in an ideal world, this exercise would be much more extended to others than it is. It's a matter of capacity. But we thought that in any case, with this clear understanding and a notion and awareness that this is not, this does not cover everyone, and that we will need to calibrate the results and confirm them against other information, etc., still would still be very useful. So, but thank you for that. And in terms of the smaller firms, yes, it would be very difficult to do something with a very small firm, because in that case, capacity on their side would be very limited. But since the start, as you know, we have been assuming and committing to a very proportional and scalable approach to whatever we are going to do. So these concerns are embedded in the thinking and the assessment that the project team and the leadership and board advisors, etc., are making. So we hope that the combination of the 2 kind of awareness will take us to a good result. But still, we will keep on having conversations with smaller firms, namely through the Forum of Firms and other forums. So it's this at the end will be an integrated approach to the feedback that we will get. Thank you so much. Songnam, please.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it will be the exercise simulation exercise will be very interesting. In terms of the, I'm very interested to know, one, a little more about the content of the report from the exercise. And secondly, I'd like to know how the simulation outcome is linked to the conclusion the task force will make in the end, such as within the code or outside the code, or phased approach or not. So I believe that there should be some linkage between the 2, between team and the exercise. And lastly, I'd like to know the size of the firm in Dubai, whether it's representative of mid-sized firm or smaller firm. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Songnam. Ken or project team, do you want to respond to Songnam?
I will come back to Songnam in a minute, but maybe I'll ask Christine or Enrique to help respond to some of the questions Songnam had relative to the content of the report and how the activities within the simulation exercise will link up to essentially the questions this board will be considering.
Well, I could maybe start, and then you could add, Christine, if you have anything else. This is qualitative data. It's data in context is different than quantitative, obviously, and it's very difficult to know what we will be getting. The thing we know is that we will start from a framework that right now is, I don't know if theoretical might be the right word, but basically the current framework with the elements and the viewpoints, it's an intellectual construct. It talks about a number of things. It talks about leadership and ethics. It talks about a number of things from a theoretical, if you will, perspective. Now, the value of the simulation is to see how that lands in the practicality of a day-to-day operations of a firm. Does transparency means the same thing that it was defined in the framework as it is in a day-to-day operation? Those are the kinds of questions that we are expecting to answer. I mean, right now, as we said before, two of the elements have let's say, a higher ranking than the other six. Well, again, that's a great starting point, but perhaps discussing that with professionals, there's a different arrangement. And that's what we are after. So it's hard at this point to imagine what kind of data we would be collecting. And if I might say, if we knew right now what data we would be collecting, perhaps the exercise would not be as useful as it should be, because it comes from that direct interaction that we will actually get these elements. Christine, do you want to?
No, I think that you covered it. If we haven't quite answered the question, certainly let us know. But the idea of what does it look like within the firms where we're going, and what would the scenarios be when transparency is something that needs to be exhibited, or accountability, et cetera, and how would having a framework that the firm is sort of using, again, as we started out with as that baseline, how would that help the firm? Would that be something that would be that they can count on, that would help make it sort of a universally understood thing throughout the firm? That type of thing is where we're headed with the activities. And as Enrique said, what is sort of the magic of it, and maybe the little bit of a heartburn is we don't know what the outcome will be. And that in a lot of ways can be very exciting to find out once people are in it and digging with it, instead of just talking about it, but really throwing themselves into a situation and realizing, oh, here is where having this piece would really help us. I can see how we could apply that here. That's what we're hoping to be able to provide.
Thank you very much, Christine. And Sungnam, to your, I think, third question about the second firm. It is a firm with 160 professionals, including 16 partners. And of those 160 odd people, about 50% are assigned to audit, and 50% assigned to tax, corporate advisory, and digital transformation. So I would say that's probably in my book, that's probably a mid-sized firm, not a small firm.
Thank you, Ken. Sungnam, are you happy? Okay. So David, please.
Thank you, Chair. So a couple of things are coming to mind. I know we're focusing here specifically on firms with respect to firm culture and governance, but of course, when it comes to ethical leadership, it has much broader application. I think, as you've all heard me say, we even heard it this morning with Cam when she talked about how important that was for no-CLAR reporting, for example, and certainly I've seen it in business. So the one thing that I'm really curious about, Christine and Enrique, is it's much easier to have ethical leadership when times are easy and there's no wind, there's no significant wave. So how is the simulation and the prototype going to consider these high pressure situations, which is where ethics tend to go off the rails as part of what you do? So whether that's because of political pressures, whether that's because of, conflicting objectives, how are you going to factor that into the two simulations that are going to be run? I'm just really curious about that aspect. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question, because I think what you've captured is actually at the very heart of the scenarios. Because in most ethics work, it's not so much a clear right and wrong. Sometimes it's a right versus right. What's more right? Sometimes it's, everything is fine until you hit one of those tension points, right? And so that's what we want to uncover with the scenarios, is taking those points of tension and saying, how can a framework help support that? I believe that most firms are already working toward being highly ethical and intend to be, and have all kinds of, guardrails for that. And that's wonderful. And yet we see ethical failings. That's a function really of the culture not being able to withstand that that bump, as you say. And so the scenarios themselves are going to be positioned to sort of get at that. I don't know that we're going to be able to answer for you that this is the answer, right? And I think that that could be an important thing to consider. It's pushing at how would having this framework help the firm navigate those hurdles? If they had that, would that make it easier to withstand some of those pressures? Enrique, please jump in.
Well, just to quickly add that obviously, you know, it's immensely generous for the firms to host us and to let us work with their very busy people for so many hours. But there's so much we don't know about what we're getting into, right? I mean, the people we will find, for what we know, they might be incredibly ethical at work and perhaps incredibly unethical outside. We don't know that. We don't know a lot of things that actually, as complex human beings, they will bring to their ethical behavior professionally. We don't know that. One of the main advantages of doing an exercise like that, in addition to the data itself, is to have a shared understanding of exactly what you said with your question. You know, that there will be moments in an individual life's in an individual person's life, as well as the firm, in which there will be circumstances that will be more conducive perhaps to less ethical behavior. That awareness alone is already, I think, one of the value that this exercise will bring to the participants. But like I said, there's so much we don't know. I mean, for example, how does that change depending on the generation of the participants? You know, what are, I mean, the younger people that just started versus the people who have been in the firm for 20 plus years. How does ethical behavior change from one to the next? I mean, there are all those things that we will get a little bit of an insight into, but and we will try to capture as much as possible. And also to connect to one of the previous questions, one of the benefits from the board will come from your own reading of the result, because maybe there will be this little light in the horizon that you will say, oh, wait a minute, this is a very interesting thing to consider that we hadn't considered before. And that will be, again, a positive outcome of this experience. Thank you.
Thank you both, Christine and Enrique. Mark, please.
Thank you. So I agree that the proposition is a really interesting one. And sort of if I think back to our own experience in these sort of exercises, the really positive thing is that participants are usually very keen to engage and very keen to share their experience and their thoughts about what is important. But I think we have to be careful in a number of areas. So the first is that audit firms are not homogenous. They do have very different cultures. So I don't think there's any assumption that you can make that you can take two very different examples and read across for general lessons. So I think there sort of has to be a sort of some careful thinking about how we pull the very significant issues out of this. Different things will be more or less important in different firms. And I think, and maybe I'd sort of pick slightly against what Ken said. We actually have an example, I think, of quite a small firm and a very large firm, and therefore the differences could be quite stark. I also think the idea of involving 20 participants in each firm is too small. And the reason I say that is that there is a very significant risk in reporting that individuals become identifiable. And that means that people are at risk of not saying what they really think and what they really mean. And I also think particularly in a large firm, 20 individuals is not representative and doesn't give you the spread of the different types of experience, the different levels, the different challenges that people are working with and seeking to mitigate in their behaviours. And I know that when we've done these exercises before, we've had into three figures from, firms to get views. And I think we also have to be really careful in reporting, even in terms of, what comes to this board. I think I'm aware of the fact that we go to great lengths to make sure that you can't recognise individuals and can't recognise who's given a view in respect of what. And I think that's entirely the right thing. But that is going to be really challenging, because if it's not handled in the right way, it does impact on trust. I think the thing that's really valuable from exercises like this is the comparability. So it's understanding what causes something to be an issue in one organisation where it's not an issue in another, and how people are able to mitigate risks and challenges. So I think this will be a really interesting discussion as we take it forward. But I think there are some concerns about the scale of what we've got, and ultimately about whether or not people feel that they will be identifiable through a process. And I realise there's no intention to do that, but the numbers make it likely, or at least they make it a significant risk to my view.
Thank you very much, Mark, for this important message of caution. Again, I think you are right, of course, but also, again, we will take the results of this exercise as a part of the overall outreach, and not take them as the truth, the final truth. We are aware of these challenges, and if there are any suggestions to possibly mitigate these challenges, please share them with us. I don't think that going through to a number of people, as you mentioned, which was ideal in the circumstances, will be possible. So we are in between what we can do and the ideal reach of this exercise. But it's important to have these messages of caution with respect of how we take the results of this exercise. It's going to be a part of it. Obichukwu, please.
Thank you very much. And it's quite very innovative. And also, I also appreciate the presentation and the sincerity of Dr. Christine and Eric. Sorry, I didn't pronounce it well. So I have some concerns or points to make. First of all, I was assuming that maybe there'll be a framework that you will go with for the simulation. But from what I'm hearing, you're using the viewpoints, and I don't know whether the firms are going to come up within that 3 days with a framework that they're going to, a framework that adopts the 8 elements, and to see how it works or how it can work. So given the duration that is just only 3 days, I'm wondering how effective the responses you will get could be, because 3 days might be too short, no matter how fast thinking somebody is. We're looking at global baselines. So how robust will be or how, what's the quality of comments or responses or suggestions the person will make in 3 days? So it just brings us back to the roundtables that we have. So, and when we're talking about simulation as well, I'm talking about culture. Culture is not just about only mindset. I appreciate the psychological part, which is very key. It's not about only mindset. Culture is affected by externalities, like David rightly pointed out. So I was hoping to see a case where the labs will be done, it'll be like a live lab, like an experiment, when you create real scenarios that actually affect culture, that affect ethical culture. That is when you see the real thing that is happening, the real drivers of unethical or ethical behavior. So I don't know how that could be achieved in 3 days, because it's actually an innovative and a good approach. But if we have to do this, we have to commit time. If not, I feel that the result they're going to get will just be like the round tables. So I believe there should be a framework Or if they're going to develop a framework, 3 days might not be enough. And then based on what John said, that they're going to select the good ones, not the, so if you select the good ones, it might not work because of culture. You have to consider those, that's where the psychology comes in. So it has to be randomized to get, there has to be a random selection for you to get the truth. If not, I don't know. Another thing I want to ask is about the, maybe I've talked about it, that it's not very representative. So I believe that either there is a framework that you are going to go with, or more time should be assigned to have a framework, because you're just testing transparency, accountability, and in 3 days, somebody just come and give you what they think, the good people. So the experiment is not yet complete. There has to be an actual simulation of real, when it becomes real, does it actually hold? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Obi. I don't know if anyone wants to react to this comment, but Christine?
Sure, I will just very briefly, and thank you for that. And I want to just thank everyone. I'm taking notes very, very carefully as everyone's speaking, because your concerns, your interests matter how we shape all of this. So thank you for that. I'll just quickly say that the construct of the lab for the 3 days, and as long as I have this up, it's a part of how we are able to accomplish this. Like I said, it's only 9 hours per group. So each group is 20 people, 40 people total from a firm, but within the 20, a group of 20 in one particular lab setting, our intent is to really put them in different configurations. Sometimes some particular groups will be looking at particular elements or particular viewpoints versus all of them at the same time. And the idea here is, rather than just conversing about it, it really is putting them into situations, into activities where they're thinking about it more than just their reaction to it. And I know it all sounds a little nebulous at this time. I can say that it is the type of work that different, for example, than a roundtable, where a roundtable might actually surface only some voices. You may find that people aren't speaking up for some reason, or they feel like it's not worth adding to it. And by putting people in different configurations of groups, et cetera, they have much more likelihood of offering something that they might not have offered if they were in the full group, or that they felt maybe they could or shouldn't offer, et cetera. And so we're really intentionally designing the activities to bring out as many viewpoints as we can. And again, to go back to the idea of identification, thank you for, again, stating that. That's really important for us, because as Enrique said in the beginning, the environment of the lab really needs to be one where people feel they can be candid, they can dive into this and know that this is about the experience and the data that we're getting from it, not that this person had this particular thing to say or someone from this area of the firm said this. And I will just say, in case there was any question, because we didn't point it out, we are not video or audio recording these. So there will not be that opportunity to go back later and point to it and say, so-and-so said something. So I just wanted to offer that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christine. Sadia, please.
Christine, thank you for giving us this background. This is our first simulation, so you can understand that some of the questions is really us on trying to unpack what we're going to see in the future. I have one comment and two questions. The first comment is, I really hope that we get a true representative of the representation of the firm. I really want in the room to be someone who doesn't agree. If everyone agrees, then it's not going to draw out or stress test what the viewpoint's really intended to do. It can't be we already have this here or it's already being considered. So I think choosing who's in the room and how they grouped is really important in order to get that right, draw out those aspects. There's two things in the viewpoints that, so firstly, When I heard about this year in December, I didn't think we were going to get volunteers. So well done to the team for getting 2 firms to volunteer for the simulation. I think it's a lot of effort on their part, but also it's an indication that they already have a culture that's open to this conversation. So how would you take that into account, that they currently have a culture, and then we stress testing on top of that what the cultural changes would be if the viewpoints were implemented? The other one is that some concepts in the viewpoints are long term. They're not in a point in time. And I want to know if you had any ideas on how you're going to tease that out, because it might be something we're discussing today, but would need time to be considered on what effect it will have, what cost it will have, and those kind of considerations.
Yes.
Thank you, Sadia. Christine, please.
Yeah, thank you. And Enrique, please jump in as well. I really appreciate these comments, and very much we agree of having as many diverse viewpoints in the room as possible. We also intend to tease those out with some provocative questions that may get people thinking a little bit differently. It's also why we think that the mock debate idea can be really an interesting one, because we're going to force people to take positions that they may not normally hold. So all of those things are really valuable. We do also think about the idea of the firms already having cultures that are supportive of being ethical and that are ethical. As I mentioned earlier, I do think that most firms, that's the intent. The way that we really view things, there are 2 sort of phrases that we like to use a lot, which is the code, even a framework. That's something with which people would comply. The culture makes them want to commit. And so what we're trying to tease out a little bit is what would help people actually commit to this, not simply say, well, I have to comply. And will we find that there are things that already exist in these firms that support that? Because that might be helpful then to share as more information about the elements of viewpoints, the ultimate framework come out for other firms to consider. And then the other is the idea of intent and impact. So even if the firm is intending to be very, very ethical, the impact of the culture may not make that the case each and every time. And so what are those things that are those moments where it makes it difficult to continue in that way? And those are all the sorts of things that we intend to be teasing out. The Explore Day really gets at that for that particular firm's culture. And then we'll roll that information into the Day 3 and into the scenarios as we design them. As for those that are over time, that's a bit of the challenge why we say some of this is still in design, because even thinking about, and please forgive me because I don't mean to go too far into the weeds, but thinking about the idea of independent input, I understand that has a specific meaning, and so how do you test that? At the same time, though, it ties tightly conceptually to open dialogue. If you aren't thinking about the need for independent input, is that somehow also indicative of maybe it's because there's not an openness in general? If the culture itself has more of this idea of open dialogue and humility, et cetera, are we going to be more likely to think about independent input? So some of those pieces, admittedly, are still in design. And please, even as you go through this week or later, if you have thoughts, please channel those to the project team, because we would love that. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine, and thank you, Sadia, for your questions. Hector, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the explanation about the way in which you plan to conduct the simulation. Has been very useful. I admit I've been skeptical of the possibility to simulate this, and your explanation helps me a lot to understand how this can be done. But I wanted to raise 2 concerns for you to consider. The first is something that Ovi already mentioned. We have insisted that the viewpoints are not the framework, but here we are simulating the framework so that the firms and the people participating from the firms can have an opinion on how this may or may not work within their firm and their firm's culture. So I think we need to acknowledge that we have the risk that they have to imagine the framework starting from the viewpoints. Because what we have are viewpoints and not a framework. So in order for them to assess this, they will have to imagine how this framework would be. So whatever answer we get from them is mediated by their imagination of how this is implemented. And they will have like 3 hours to imagine the framework and then assess it. So please keep this in mind, because somebody may say, no, independent judgment doesn't work because they imagine it in a way that doesn't work. It doesn't mean that there are not other ways in which this could perfectly work, but they didn't come with that idea. If John is in the room, of course, they will come with the best ideas, but I cannot guarantee that will happen in the other firm, because John will not be there. So that's the first point. And the second is that we should also remember that this is an exercise that is one of many inputs of feedback that we're going to receive. And we may not need to use this simulation to answer all the questions presented to this board. For example, Sunam was asking, what's the relation between the results of the survey, of the simulation, and the decision of whether this is inside or outside the board, or whether this is phased out or not. Those are independent decisions, and maybe we will take that decision at this board with other sources of information. So I would focus on the perception that they have of the viewpoints. I understand that they will have to imagine the framework to assess the viewpoints, but I think we could get very interesting feedback from this exercise. So I'm happy to support it.
Thank you very much, Hector. Chana, please.
Yeah, so thank you for the presentation. So I think just on to one of Sadhya's points as well, I think something like this has not been done before trying to develop a standard. So I think it's quite a unique and innovative approach. I want to just touch on, Christine, a couple of comments either you or Enrique made. One is that the viewpoints are not entirely theoretical, because the viewpoints can be traced back to the working group's report, and we went through a whole year of speaking to different stakeholder groups in different jurisdictions. And this is what people said that would make good culture, what would good look like. So I would sort of say that the 8 are not exactly theoretical. Then another point I sort of heard one of you make is that you are going to look at the support services like IT and things like that. My caution is don't spend too much time on it. I mean, hardly any of the ethical failures were created by the IT department or HR running amok in the firm. So I would sort of caution you on that. It's invariably the people who are involved in providing the services who, due to various pressures, took a decision that was unethical. So I would caution you on that. And to Hector's point a bit, I mean, the viewpoints are sort of not very far from the building blocks, which sort of goes back to the working group's report. So it's not very far from, where, if you want a framework, where you would go.
Thank you for these comments, Chana. I think that Hector, well, okay. Ken, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just wanted to maybe just add another sort of observation, more to Christine's point, which I think is a really important one, which is that is this about reinforcing compliance or further strengthening the dimension of compliance, or is this about helping firms across the spectrum commit to a framework like the firm culture and governance framework? That's a critical question that I think if you were able to help us bring out through the exercise of the simulation, I think that would be very important. The reason I say this is because at least on the basis of the feedback that we collected through the outreach meetings we had with stakeholders in the Asia region, we had meetings with firms in particular. Whilst it is fair to say that by and large, the firms we spoke with were supportive of this project and the direction it is going, there were one or two voices that were still skeptical. And just to illustrate this sort of comment that kind of is kind of a bit emblematic here. The comment we heard from one of the large firms, which we won't name here, but essentially it is that, look, our firm is a people business. Behavior is very important to us. It is a very important consideration. We already have shared values across all of our services. And guess what? We've had those shared values for decades. And not just in response to ethical failures that might have happened in the last year or two. So this issue of culture is as you're looking at it, it is, to our perspective, it is a human psyche issue. And no matter how many principles you come up with, there will always be a breakdown down the road. In other words, it's human nature being what it is, there will always be the bad apples. And therefore, no matter how many frameworks we come up with, how many principles we come up with, and we've had shared values for decades, we're not going to solve this because it is going to come down to the individual behavior, and it is a human psyche issue, and there's always going to be bad apples. And I suspect this is an argument that we will continue to hear as we continue to have those conversations with, in particular, the firms. But to my mind, this kind of feedback spoke precisely to what you said, Christine, which is that some stakeholders see the framework as a compliance matter. Here's IESBA coming up with more standards to try to enforce more compliance or bring about more compliance. But at the end of the day, look, we've always had our principles for time immemorial, and we keep having those issues. Is nothing that's going to solve it. So how do we change that? Well, it is a mindset issue at the end of the day. How would you change that mindset to have, in particular, the leadership of the firms really see that it is not just a matter of compliance. It is not just a matter of have we met all of these, have we ticked all the boxes, but how can we change how we're looking at the issue of culture, how we're looking at the issue of ethical behavior, and importantly, how do we have all the people across all our services commit to having the right culture?
Yes, thank you. James, please.
Yeah, just maybe one comment for the board and one for the professors. As you're gathering the data, you'd be surprised how much the takeaways that you experience, if you can capture that in the content of your report or in the appendices, don't guess what might be valuable, because the thing that you think might not be valuable might actually strike us in a particular way. So the richness of the color of what you take, I would appreciate it if it's in an appendix or some other form, because that is also quite valuable to us, perhaps in a surprising way. And maybe for the board, Shanna said we've not done this before. We've not done exactly the same. But when we did the audit report project, started several years ago, at the outset, we actually selected a couple of, I'd say, experimental research activities. And that really moved, and I think Professor Schaefer hit it in the way she's described it. It moved individuals out of the cerebral or the frontal cortex and captured their reactions live, I guess in that sense. Anyhow, this behavioral feedback or this evidence, which is not a panacea, of course, to all of our questions, was really informative. And so we had the academic, or I guess the positioning that this new audit report wouldn't be of value. Then we put it in the hands of people. We watched their reactions. We saw their the content. You remember that? We even had a report that watched their eye movement. They were all sleeping on the old report, and the behavioral response. So I think this is quite encouraging. And I've seen the results of laboratory types of experiments. So I think we will be enriched, but it won't, of course, answer all of the questions. So I'm very supportive of this initiative.
Thank you, James. China, please.
I want to just address something that Ken raised about, the feedback being that, we have had these values for decades, but we are still having these incidents. So I think the issue is we need to have a look and see what can we do better if you have had the values for decades and it's still not stopping anything, then maybe your values are not right. So I think we need to be sort of positive and say from all of this, if we are sort of saying it's just a few bad apples, don't worry about it. But actually, if you look at the actual incidents, it's not a few bad apples, there's a few orchards. So we need to be positive and see how can we do better in the future and learn from this, not just push it aside.
Thank you for that comment, Chana. And another comment that we have been hearing from some stakeholders, namely some from firms, is that we don't need it because we already have it all. We already have it all. And Ken said something along these lines. And that's fine, that's wonderful that some of the firms already have it all. But this does not preclude the need for the others to build that culture and governance. So the fact that some, and I would say rare, unless I have evidence that tells me the contrary, but some rare firms already have it all and have expanded it across the firm, across the services, across the network, and it's robustly implemented. That's wonderful, and that may even work as an example of good practices for the others. That per se is not, I would say, an objection to these good practices to be extended to others. And they should be not afraid of a potential framework, be it in the code, outside the code, that basically translates a lot of what they have already done over the years. So well, I think thank you very much for these comments on the simulation. We are not over yet. But and I'd like Enrique and Christine, if possible, to stay until the end of this session. But this was an amazing conversation, and thank you to the board members, and thank you to Enrique and Christine for all the debate around this simulation, this new animal that we are here trying to bring to the IESBA table and practice. And I think that all these questions will be very useful, not only for Enrique and Christine to finalize the design of the exercise and the content and etc., but also for ourselves when we will be addressing the results of this exercise, all the calibration and concerns and caution that we will need to use. But I'd like to also, well, all the conversation went into the simulation, but the simulation is, I would like to remind you, a part of this outreach, which has like 4 legs: leadership meetings, institutional meetings, focus groups, and simulation. I don't know if there is any question on the other legs of the outreach. I'd like just to expand a little bit on the work that has been done in creating these focus groups and advancing the work with these focus groups. As you know, there was, and it was explained, one with the GPPC, one with the small and medium practices, one with regulators. And Nancy, to your concern about including the small and medium practices in this exercise, this focus group has exactly that objective. If you ask us if it was easy, I think that we are there already with all the three groups. If you ask if it was easy, no, it was not easy. Also because we made a point of, before sending out invitations to be part of the focus group, hold some leadership or meetings or calls at the leadership level that Ken, Chana, and myself have been having with namely the big six, the GPPC firms in groups of two, either Ken and Chana, Ken and I, me and Chana. It depended on the possibilities. This wasn't easy. This was a long journey and very not easy journey, but I think that we are done with all the three groups, and I think that we have a good composition. Now, none of these legs of the outreach will determine the outcome. The outcome will be something that will result from the integration and combination of the different feedback, the different results, the different outputs that we got from the very many different engagements with stakeholders, including what we heard in Asia, but also others that we are having in parallel. So all in all, at the end, it will be the result of a combination of this feedback, the IESBA board reflection, and of course, a public interest consideration. So no one from these stakeholders that we will approach will decide what this framework will be. It's for this board to decide upon what we'll hear, receive, the evidence, the data, the suggestions, and etc. And of course, ultimately, the consideration about what makes sense against the public interest, of course, calibrating it with the stakeholders' needs or concerns or obstacles or whatever. So the simulation gathered here a special attention, and I fully understandable, not only because we have here Enrique and Christine who have been shaping this exercise, but also because it's really the new thing here. But I'd like to take the rest of the time of this session, if you have anything else, to see if there is any other suggestion, concern, etc. And then before we close, I'd like to hear from Tom, if Tom wants to share any ideas with us. But let's see if anyone else has any comment. Ken, please.
Yeah, just so the board knows as well, we did brief our colleagues on IESBA about this simulation exercise. They found it very interesting, and they themselves had not undertaken anything similar, albeit James did mention the auditor reporting project maybe a decade ago now, but it was a different approach. But they found it very interesting. Equally, on the Asia outreach, we also gave a bit of a heads up to the stakeholders who were meeting in terms of what was going to be included in the program of stakeholder outreach, including the simulation exercise. And a number of the firms did say that they actually would be very supportive of having that sort of field testing, if you will, of the viewpoints, or recognizing again that the viewpoints are not the framework, but they are a tool or an instrument to enable the board to gather as much data as possible. So just wanted the board to be also informed about this.
Thank you, Ken. Just as a final comment, yes. Note, we are, as it was mentioned by the project team in the presentation, all these outreach initiatives are being supported by an extensive and also innovative communications plan, as you have been seeing, with a lot of materials and new approaches to communications also being designed, conceived, and experimented as well. So we hope that all together will help us overcome some concerns about not reaching out to all the stakeholders we should reach out, not reaching out with the appropriate language, on the appropriate channels, with in the appropriate way. Concerns about not bringing others into the conversation, because this, well, everything that we do, but this kind of topic is the kind of topic that we cannot, about which we cannot have a conversation in a closed room with the same stakeholders as usual. As I started by saying, this is completely innovative. It's a holistic project, which touches upon many other topics related to corporate governance, culture. Well, it takes a lot of things. So listening from the others, also not only about the viewpoints specifically, but about what this matter and this topic brings to the mind and the experience that they have is extremely important. And therefore, the interviews that we are starting to make for the newsletter are approached exactly in that perspective, not about the viewpoints, but about what this matter brings to the mind of people in very specific positions and from very different backgrounds, should we be able to gather all the stakeholders that we are approaching. So, John, please.
Thank you, Gabriela. I was just thinking about the fact that we did a very focused thing on Asia, Malaysia, Singapore, Hong Kong, which I thought was really, really interesting and valuable. We're not doing something similar on any other regions. And I'm just wondering if we can think about, well, are there other opportunities for us to try and get a regional perspective, whether that be individual board members that might be speaking in a region, or just thinking about, well, how do we mirror the insight that we got as to how Asia Pac thinks about this with what about Africa, what about EMEA, what about the Americas? And I know that the Asia outreach was already planned, and therefore it was a convenient place to start, but there's just something there about, is there more that we can do regionally that would give us some insights?
Thank you for that comment, John. This is always our biggest challenge, such a small group for such a big world. Yeah, such a small group and such a small budget, by the way, for such a big world. And we'd love to be everywhere. And as you say, this outreach in Asia was already planned for different reasons and on different topics. So it was not a FCG outreach. Of course, we took the opportunity. If the board members have suggestions about how we can do a few things regionally in other parts of the world with some impact and which may help bring feedback from other parts of the world, surely we will do. We will have some opportunities through the Forum of Firms, some IFAC initiatives, some invitations that we are getting from some entities to speak and to participate and etc. But of course, we are again a small, very busy team, by the way. So the board, the help of the board is very welcome at this point in time in opening opportunities, bringing us opportunities to bring feedback from other parts of the world. Chana, please.
So just on your question, John, Gabriela, it's a big question mark whether Gabriela gets out to Australia end of March, but we did get an invitation from the Australian version of the GPPC to come and have a discussion with them. And it will be, they have told me that the main topic will be firm culture and governance. So we are trying to weave it into existing outreach activities. As Gabriel said, the budget is a concern, so we have to sort of manage with what we have.
Yeah, for sure. And hopefully we will do it. We'll be able to do it. It depends on how the travel disruption evolves or not until then. But it's going to be also an opportunity to meet with stakeholders and regulators, different regulators there, the Forum of Firms as well, right? Yeah. So there is, every time we go somewhere, we try to bring this closer to as many stakeholders as possible and make the best out of it. So, but thank you for your note, John, and again, very open to receive proposals on how we can do it, expand this the outreach to other parts of the world. Mark, please. I hope you have an offer.
I do actually, Gabriella. Thanks for the prompt. But if your travels prove impossible at the end of March, I'll be in Australia for the last 2 weeks of April. So I'm very happy to build in any outreach that IESBA would find helpful.
Thank you, Mark. We will surely take your offer. And I hope that until then, there will be no more flight disruptions and that things are the world is a little bit calmer. Okay, Ken, you wanted to say something?
Maybe just one quick comment, Chair, and that is maybe to John's prompt to say that June is not the end of the road when it comes to outreach to stakeholders, because once the board has moved beyond June, and at least to my mind, it is a continuation because I think this is what has been clear, that the status quo is not the end game. But beyond June, the board will be moving forward with fleshing out essentially the framework. There's going to be more opportunity to engage with different regions of the world. So I would say, like I said, this Asia is not the one and be all, but there's going to be more opportunities down the road.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a bit made out of this Asia thing, which was, I mean, it was pre-planned anyway. It was not just about FCG. And you have to keep in mind that we are like, this is the third year. We have had like 2 years of this. And in the first year, we went all around, not that we went, we virtually had most of the meetings. And then last year, we had 6 global roundtables. So, you know, there has been 2 years of global stakeholder consultation on this project, because I sort of get the sense that some people are blowing out of proportion this Asia outreach that happened in the last couple of months.
Thank you for that note, also, Chana. Yohei, please.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding the FCG framework, specifying practical issues and gaps with existing standards is essential. So in my view, benefits and also the location of the FCG framework should be determined based on the gap analysis. By specifying practical issues and comparing with them with the requirements of existing standard, it will become clearer whether revision to the standard or additional NAM are necessary, or whether the issues stem from the standards themselves, but from their applications. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Yohei. And finally, I'd like to hear from Tom, should Tom want to tell us something.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just I want to draw the board attention to the relationship with the item 10, private equity investment. And originally, the PIOB's discussion is paying attention to the relationship between the private equity investment and the and this firm culture and governance. You can see that the PII our thinking, but the perhaps the Wednesday we'll talk about the private equity investment, and that's sort of the still PIOB is discussing about the relationship of those two projects. But if the board thinks that the private equity investment is becoming a little bit more burning platform, it's you have to address that issue a little bit earlier. Then I would like to come back to the PIOB board and discuss about that relationship, because originally I think that's the private equity issue is sort of one of their factors which promote the discussion of firm culture governance. But currently, what I would like to see this board's thinking about the relationship, those two relationships. That's the point I would like to draw your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom. It's not that that topic hasn't come to our mind and hasn't been under discussion. I think that the PIOB knows and agreed with the reasons why we decided not to make the two or to address the two matters at the same time and under the same umbrella. As you know, it has we have private equity in our agenda for this week, and with some proposals which accelerate a little bit the pace. And we have been discussing lately and lately and very recently that the connections between the two projects are becoming more closer. And also, and that's something that we may discuss in another moment, but surely as we look at private equity associated risks or fragilities or what it may take and make to a firm, certainly firm culture and governance is one of the elements and one of the strong elements that will help the firms address these risks properly. The better prepared they are in terms of cultural and governance resilience, the best it will be when and if private equity comes in. So we are very aware of this connection, how to practically bring the two topics together. I think that at some point it will happen, but for now we need to keep on these separate paths until we get to a point where we see how we can marry the two or not. We'll see. But thank you for that comment, and we know that the PIOB is very attentive and very interested in what we will be doing and are doing on private equity, so we will not lose sight of that concern. So I think it's all for today. Thank you so much, and I'd like to, before we close, thank again Christine and Enrique. I hope that I will be able to connect, meet you again at some point, and wish you all the best with all these comments that you will, I'm sure, process and embed in the way you are going to be designing and conceiving this important project that, as you saw, raised a lot of attention in this discussion this afternoon. I don't know if the project team wants to add anything or make any question. Ken?
I need to say that we hope to see Christine and Enrique in person at the board meeting in June. And I think it would be very helpful to have you join the board here in New York in this very meeting room. And that will help facilitate the exchange in relation to the final report that we will receive from you.
Thank you. We would be honored to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much to both of you, and thank you very much to the board for this excellent discussion around FCG. I'm sure that it will prepare us better for the next steps and for the decision that we will be making in June. So for today, I think that's all, and we will close now right on time and come back tomorrow at 9 a.m. to start hearing from the CFO, project team, and board advisors about this recent outreach and the plans for the near future. Just as a heads up, I will not be able to be here tomorrow one small part of the morning. China will kindly chair the board for half an hour or so because I mandatorily have to attend another meeting, another call at the time. Schedules are overlapping, but that's the best that we can do. And of course, full confidence. And the project team will brief me about. Okay, don't dare. So thank you and see you tomorrow.